हेलो जना। ब्राइटनेस कम कैसे? What is यार? DMC 5। मेरे पूरे मॉनिटर की ब्राइटनेस कम कर दी इसने। यहाँ पे आता था SRGB। अरे इसी में DMC में कुछ गड़बड़ है। अरे यार चेंज ही नहीं हो रहा इससे। OBS की वजह से। अब ये तो सही किया था ऐसे। यहाँ ग्राफिक के ऑप्शन ही नहीं आ रहे ओवरले में। अरे यार यार अब सही हो गया। बॉडी अभी 4 पैक ही हैं भाई, 6 पैक करके दिखाऊंगा। थोड़ी प्रैक्टिस कर लूँ। 1 पैक। पावर लिफ्टर बॉडी। जस्ट फ्रेम ही नहीं हो रहा। असली गेम। हाँ, वो खेल रहे हैं ना ब्लडी पैलेस। इसे हाँ इसे वैलोरेंट वाले सर्वर। हाँ गया वैलोरेंट। मार्वल राइवल्स भी खेलते हो क्या? प्ले स्टेशन पे खेलता होगा ना? अरे वो सर्वर कहाँ है? ये रहा ये रहा। हेलो हाँ आ रही है, बता रही। इसमें सेकंड ये कोऑप डाइवर्जेंस और वर्जिल एंड कोऑप ऑन करना होता है बस शायद। ब्लडी पैलेस में। अच्छा। हाँ हाँ कर दो कर दो। ब्लडी पैलेस से। सिस्टम में बॉस रश के लिए। वो- हाँ मैं तो नेरो ले रहा हूँ। हाँ मैं तो फर्स्ट सेकंड पे आ गया। बस वर्जिल वाली स्टेज में जाता ही नहीं है साथ में। हाँ हाँ एकदम लास्ट में। जिम टिप्स। अच्छा
आ गया
क्रैश क्यों हो रहा है? फ्रेमवर्क डाउनलोड किया था? आरी फ्रेमवर्क खराब तो नहीं हो गया? रिडल भाई फोन नहीं यूज करते हैं। चने वाली डाइट। हाँ उससे भी हो सकता। हाँ उससे भी हो सकता है।
ओके अब चल रहा है।
मैं भी रिस्टार्ट करता हूँ। मैं भी रिस्टार्ट कर देता हूँ। कि वो
हाँ मैं सेकंड स्टेज में हूँ।
चाहता हूँ। अरे इस गेम में एग्जीक्यूशन नहीं है मेरा। अच्छा, इसमें तो बहुत क्रेजी खेलते हैं लोग। स्टोरी तो मैं खेल चुका हूँ।
ये तो वही मैं दिमाग
वो मिडिल माउस बटन पे क्या बाइंड है?
में और मैं कंफा है।
वो राइट
मील
क्लिक।
में बस
अच्छा।
आम वाले क्या
हाँ, डबल ट्रिगर।
एक कर
ब्रेकर।
आके आओ।
हाँ आ गया। टॉन्ट कैसे ये रहा? तो टॉन्ट कैंसिल कर रहा है ऐसा लग रहा है।
हाँ,
नहीं नहीं, इसमें टॉन्ट सेटअप करनी है। इसमें भी मल्टीप्लेयर टाइप का है ये। वीक एग्जीक्यूशन। इसमें वर्जिल से काफ़ी अच्छा काम हुआ था। हाँ वर्जिल अच्छा है। वो नीचे स्पीड रन। कल तो एक और टूर्नामेंट है, महाराजा आ रहा है वहाँ पे। स्ट्रीम नहीं होगा पर
जाएंगे भर के।
हाँ VSN डाउन है। ओवरले से ओह,
इसको रॉयल गार्ड करूँगा।
हाँ शायद डिसिंग हो गए। फ्लोटिंग स्क्रीन ऑन करनी पड़ेगी। पॉज हो गया ना, फ्लोटिंग पॉज मेन्यू। नेक्स्ट में आ जाएगा वहाँ पे।
आया
हाँ हाँ गुड नाइट गुड नाइट। ये रॉकेट बहुत सही है।
And now I'm gonna play with you.
अरे ये रेड वाला आ गया।
देख ले।
भागता ही रहता है ये। अरे स्टिबर
डिसिंग होगा।
हाँ नेक्स्ट स्टेज में आ जाएगा।
पहले चला गया।
हाँ हो सकता है कभी कभी एस्केप करने से भी हो जाता है।
बॉस फाइट में आ गया मैं।
आ रहा हूँ मैं भी आ रहा हूँ।
वाह हो गया।
स्टन ही नहीं हो रहा था।
दीवाने की
हाँ
इन हीरो के लिए तुम आएगा।
हाँ हो गई। आ गए। हाँ आ गए आ गए। स्टेज में गया मैं अभी। अरे ये तो
हो गया।
कौन है?
एनिमेशन की
हाँ उसके थ्रोज अच्छे हैं। रीमेक में तो मज़ा ही आ जाएगा। हम्म,
पहली बार तो
5 तो बहुत पहले खेला था मैंने। रिलीज होने के 1-2 साल बाद खेला था मैंने शायद, याद नहीं यार, जब भी क्रैक हो गया होगा
बहुत
तभी खेला होगा मैंने। और ये भी है।
पहले
हाँ हाँ।
के आ नहीं रहा था गेम। हाँ ऐसा रिबूट
मैंने भी रिबूट खेला था। अच्छा, रीमेक जैसे।
वैसा ही टाइम आ गया। लगता है
आ गया अभी।
बस एक है इसकी एक साल
हाँ हाँ।
दिल वाले
अच्छा।
कैसे हो गया उसका टाइम।
हाँ,
अब लगे कोई गेम
रीमेक ही लग रहा था आएगा, वही आ रहा है।
कि मैं अगर
RE4 जैसे होगा एकदम। उसमें कुछ ऐड भी कर दिया था उन्होंने स्टोरी में।
फाइनली जैसे गेम लग चार गेम है
निंजा गाइडन की तरह कर दें, DMC 6 भी आएगा बाद में रीमेक के
इंडिया
साथ।
गाइडेंस
हाँ हाँ, पढ़ा था मैंने। हाँ, नया कैमरा एंगल मैंने पढ़ा था। वो पॉपुलैरिटी पोल की वजह से हो रहा है मुझे लग रहा
अरे चीजें
है। हाँ हाँ। हाँ
कैनेडियन पर वन पे
हाँ, वही उन्हें।
इसका लीक आ गया किया था राइटर ने कर
हाँ,
दिया है तो दो लीक बताए थे एक तो आएगी अभी पागल हो जाऊँ
पता नहीं कब रिवील करें कोई।
गिर गया।
अच्छा हाँ
दोनों की हेल्थ कम हो गई।
हाँ मैं तो भूल गया था ये कैसे डेवल ट्रिगर कैसे करते हैं एफ से। नहीं नहीं आ रहा मैं। हाँ मैं भी 32 पे ही हूँ। ख़त्म करता हूँ उसे। अरे हाँ आ रहा हूँ मैं भी 32 पे ही।
आइटम कैंसिल भी होता है।
कौन सा वाला? हाँ ये ना, हाँ इससे लूप, एयर में लूप कर सकते हैं।
Hey, we're back. हमारे कॉम्पिटिशन
टीम।
पे ऐसा अटैक और एंड में इससे
हाँ हाँ,
दोनों मैच के
देखता हूँ उसे।
एक एनिमी बचेगा तब।
अच्छा हाँ, तो थ्रो कैसे करें? ये नहीं थ्रो होता शायद। क्या इन्हें होल्ड भी कर सकते हैं?
दो को होल्ड कर सकता है।
अच्छा 2 को।
तो करना
What you like? Is this?
अरे इसके वर्जल जैसे बाल क्यों हो गए?
बहुत पैसे।
अच्छा सिलेक्ट बैक।
Is this? Like it?
डीसिंक हो गया होगा। मैं 39 में जा रहा हूँ।
हम कैसे चल।
वो बहुत आगे। ये तो पहली बार थ्रो देखी मैंने। अरे ये कहाँ एम कर रहा है? नाइस। हाँ मैं ये ब्रेकर लेके आ रहा।
सारे दिख रहे हैं, एक ही दिख रहा है।
एक ही दिख रहा है।
What you lack is this.
वर्षा जैसे बाल हो गया।
कंट्रोल प्लस चार दो, शिफ्ट कंट्रोल फिर
What you lack
नहीं हो रहा।
is this.
इसके पास भी है क्या
उसके बाद
स्पेशल टॉन्ट? ओह इसकी सोर्ड ले ली। पहली बार तो रोज देख रहा हूँ।
तो बढ़ गए।
हाँ ये थ्रो हो जाएंगे। अच्छा, क्या ओरिजिनल वाला है? नहीं नहीं, बाद में खेला था, मुझे पसंद नहीं आया। बड़ा अजीब सा मूवमेंट है उसमें। और इसे थ्रो नहीं करा। हाँ। अरे वाइट स्क्रीन हो गई।
हाँ fuck.
कौन सी स्टेज थी ये?
46 रिंग आनी।
हाँ, पर वाइट स्क्रीन आती है। बॉस है क्या? चेक पॉइंट करके आता हूँ फिर।
नहीं किल करके
अच्छा, तो 46 का चेक पॉइंट लगा देता हूँ। 47 में जाएगा फिर।
एक बार ऑल टैप करा।
अच्छा, सही हो गया था। कलर ना। सेव। हम्म।
थ्री खेला हुआ है।
हाँ, खेला खेला। 4 भी खेला है मैंने। हाँ, वो तो फिर। टू कैसा था? मैंने टू नहीं खेला है।
सबसे ज्यादा जरूरत है।
अरे 1 से स्टार्ट हो गया, क्या करना पड़ा।
नहीं ये तो बहुत
जी भी से चेक पॉइंट करके देख, शायद कैरेक्टर सेलेक्ट में जाके करना पड़ेगा पहले भी। अब चेक पॉइंट कर
सेटिंग इंक्लूड करनी है।
ये।
47 कर लिया।
हाँ कर लिया कर लिया। सेव लोड। ये 1 ही क्यों हो रही है, गिव अप कर देता हूँ। कर ही दे कर ही दे। हाँ सर शायद कैरेक्टर सेलेक्ट। एक और इसका वो होता है ना ओवरले, वो वाला कर लेता हूँ। एस एस करके कुछ था।
शायद डिलीट से खुलेगा वो। होगा वो पहले।
नहीं नहीं करना पड़ेगा, वही सही रहेगा।
बात तो दोनों ही है।
क्या नाम था उसका।
एसएसएस यान
हाँ
कोलैबोरेटिव चीज।
वही सही रहता है, उसमें बॉस वगैरह भी सेलेक्ट कर सकते हैं।
मूर्ति तो खेलते थे।
हाँ हाँ हाँ। अब ट्राई करता हूँ। और अब तो गेम ही नहीं लॉन्च हो, खुलते ही क्रैश। अरे उसको फिर से रिवैलिडेट करना पड़ेगा। पूरा गेम क्यों डाउनलोड कर रहा है?
दिखा रहा हूँ वो।
हाँ इंस्टॉल हो रहा है। मैंने तो डीएलएल ही हटाए थे। मेरे तो डीएलएल ही हटाए थे। गेम तो है ही। लगता है 2 फ्रेमवर्क में चलेंगे। हाँ सस्पेंड ही कर दो।
कनेक्ट करें फिर थोड़ा।
हाँ हाँ टेकन लगा।
Kazuyami Shima. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight.
हाँ रैंक भी बहुत बेकार हो गया। क्विक मैच सही है।
ये बना के आता है, ये क्या बोलते हैं, रोटेट बना के आते हैं 3 मैच। कल मैं
हाँ
दोबारा राउंड में आया, दोबारा 3 राउंड वाले। अरे समझ आएंगे, इतने फ्री के लोग आए हैं ऊपर।
हाँ मेरी भी तो कजिया खेल रहा है आजकल।
Ready for the next battle.
मेरी वो तभी तो देख खेलने के बाद खुद भी बोल रहा
Round one.
हाँ रैंक में तो मुश्किल है।
Round two. Fight. Round three. Fight.
हाँ डीएमसी डाउनलोड करना पड़ेगा फिर से।
Round one. Fight.
अरे क्रैश वैश हो रहा था कुछ।
Round two.
उसमें कोऑप खेल सकते। Nice. अरे नहीं नहीं खरीदी है। उसमें कोऑप खेलते हैं। ब्लडी पैलेस कोऑप। गेम तो थी मेरे पास। कोऑप के लिए ट्रेनर डाला था वो उससे क्रैश होने लगी है। नहीं नहीं वो मैंने ट्रेनर गलत डाल दिया कुछ। 2 ट्रेनर डाल दिए इसलिए। गेम क्रैश होने लगे तो ऑप्टा भाई। आज रेवन को लैब करूँगा और
Round one.
कल टूर्नामेंट है।
Fight. Round two. Fight.
हाँ टेकन का। हाँ टेकन का है, वहाँ राजा भी आएगा।
Round one. Fight.
स्ट्रीम नहीं होगा वो।
Round two. Fight. Round three. Fight.
ओह, नाइस।
Round four. Fight.
माइनस।
Final round. Fight.
कम प्लेयर आ रहे हैं, पता नहीं 10 से भी कम।
10 में
और बहुत अच्छे प्लेयर आ रहे हैं। हाँ
Round one. Fight.
यार इसके खिलाफ क्या करूं मैं? और क्या चूतिए लोग हैं यार, ये टेकन वाले बहुत चूती है। पता नहीं किस हिसाब से प्लेयर्स ले आते हैं मादर चोट के बच्चे। बैंक के लोड़े मादर चोट।
जैब रेंज।
Round two. Fight.
Oh.
Round three. Fight.
Después. हाँ वो CD1+2 से ही होता है बस, मुझे भी अभी पता चला था थोड़ी देर पहले। सिर्फ CD1+, हाँ सिर्फ CD1+2 ही लगता है,
Round one.
ना हीट बर्स्ट लगेगा ना कुछ।
Round two. Fight.
ये कभी नहीं लगता। Nice.
Fight.
ये भैया
Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight. Round three. Fight. Round four. Fight.
మంచిగా नेटवर्क भी नहीं लगता
Final round. Fight.
नाइस लग जाएगा अरे डाउन फॉर 2
Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight.
Oh, nice. अरे पनिश नहीं हुआ
बताया तुम लगे हो
हाँ
Round four. Fight. Round one. Fight. 貴様をここで Round 1 Fight
ये ग्राउंडेड कैसे लग गए?
एक कमाल का
हाँ ये पता नहीं, बहुत सारे मूव्स ऐसे लग जाते हैं।
茶番は終わりだ Round 1 Fight Round 2 Fight
प्लस था ये। बोलने मिले बैकडैश में लग जाता है, ये भी सही करना पड़ेगा बैकडैश ने। मैंने ड्रॉप कर दिया यार।
Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight.
लगता है शौक है।
Round three. Fight. Round four. Fight. Kisama. Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight.
अरे
Round three. Fight.
अरे
Round four. Fight. Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight. Round three. Fight. Round four. Fight.
साइड से फिर से स्ट्रीम डिस्कनेक्ट। अरे चलने लगा। तो पूरा गेम ही बंद हो गया ऐसा लगा।
Round one. Fight.
पुष्पा अरे ये लगा ही नहीं।
Round two. Fight. Final round. Fight.
No. बहुत फास्ट.
Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight.
No.
Round three. Fight.
मुझे लग रहा था
इस गेम में तो ज़्यादा रुकना नहीं चाहिए जब डैमेज मिलता रहेगा.
Round four. Fight.
लगेगा नहीं लगा. हाँ. अरे CD 1+2 तो हेल्थ बची है. बहुत जल्दी रिकवर हो जाता है.
Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight.
हाँ
Round three. Fight. Round four. Fight. Final round. Fight.
उल्टा कर बैक टू फोर मैंने चेक ही नहीं किया कितना है ऑन ब्लॉक
Round one. Fight.
अरे बच गए
Round two. Fight. Fight.
हम्म, और इलेक्ट्रिक
Round two. Fight. Round three. Fight. Round four. Fight. Final round. Fight.
अरे बेफागा
What the fuck?
बहुत इनपुट ईट करता है गेम हाँ
Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight.
वो ट्रेड हो गया
Lucky me.
Round three. Fight. Round four. Fight.
कैंसिल ही नहीं हुआ वेब डैश।
हमारे वेट
हाँ
Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight. Round three. Fight.
साइड स्टेप राइट करके डाउन फॉरवर्ड 1-4 मारेगा स्क्रू के बाद। ये श्रेयस को बता रहा था। तो डाउन फॉरवर्ड 1-4 लग जाएगा। वो बैक टू नॉर्मल कॉम्बो पे जो एंडर होता है ना 3-1 कैंसिल करके, उससे पहले साइड स्टेप राइट करना पड़ेगा।
Round one. Fight.
ट्रेड हो गई।
Round two. Fight. Round three. Fight.
अच्छा,
Round one. Fight.
अरे 3D1+2 गुड नाइट भाई। गुड नाइट यश।
所詮は雑魚だったな。
Round two. Fight.
LCT
बफर नहीं हुई.
Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight. Round three. Fight. Round one. Fight.
पनिश नहीं हुआ.
Round two. Fight. Round three. Fight.
मुंह पे बड़ा.
Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight.
तुम्हें
Round three. Fight. Round four. Fight.
Oh, nice.
Final round. Fight.
Okay, okay.
Round one. Fight.
Nice. Speed run.
Round two. Fight. Round three. Fight.
फिनिश कर दे.
Round four. Fight.
अरे ओह, मेरे साथ भी हो रहा है. पूरी हेल्थ सिप होती नहीं. हाँ. जी 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 जी. अब डीएमसी लगा देता हूँ। दस फाइल डिलीट की, ये 30 GB की थी सारी।
हाँ, जैसे कुछ करके पूरा
हाँ हाँ हाँ, कल बॉस रश ही कर लेंगे। ओके, गुड नाइट, गुड नाइट। थोड़ी लैबिंग हो जाए।
Get ready for the next battle. Get ready for the next battle.
Sorry. I'll be mentioning that. Obviously, I will be mentioning that. Let me just make this. There we go. So when it comes to this matchup, right? When you just play against the Raven, one of the things that you have to consider when playing against them is that in the neutral, you kinda have to pay attention to how much you move and how much spacing you have. Because when it comes to Raven can I'm not too sure how to explain this, but Raven's spacing, not spacing, but space control, yeah, that's the correct term, is pretty decent with moves like down back 2, for example. That's pretty good. Has decent like long range moves. I think forward 2 is the mid, 4-2-3. That's decent as well. You also have to be careful about some other stuff too, and his close range isn't that bad either. So whenever you're in close range and the Raven's just pressuring you, it's not that bad, especially if the Raven player goes back turned and stuff like that. So in the neutral, you just have to pay attention and try to get Raven to either whiff something or pressure him enough with something like maybe, you know, electrics, like keep out electrics or aggressive electrics, to make him want to throw something out. Which Raven players do a lot. They throw a lot of things out in the neutral. But you also have to be careful. If you play too defensively, you're gonna be mixed up. So in the neutral, that's like more or less the basic Azure game plan of like throwing out, keep out electrics is okay. But you have to be aware that Raven players have pretty decent high crushing tools to just come in with. Like this being one of them, for example, right? This low right here, or this low right here, not this one, the other one. I forgot which one was the other one, but there's another low like this basically. I think, yeah, that one, down 3. This right here. So this is another low that they can come with. It's not the best, right? It has a lot of range though. So it's -6 and it's pretty minus. Don't get me wrong, it's pretty damn minus, but this is one of the lows that Raven players sometimes come in with, or this being the best one, right? This
-9.
I'm gonna talk about this a little bit separately. But they can just come with come with a lot of
Parry कर
stuff.
सकते हो
And just, you know, use this dash. I don't know if this is called the snake dash. Maybe I got the wrong dash. But just use this to threaten the mix-up with the, you know, the low, which is the hell sweep, the full crouch hell sweep, or this mix-up with this low, and mix you up with mids with either maybe while standing 3, right? While standing 3 can work as a mix-up. If they finish the string, it's a launcher, right? While standing 1 can also work as a mix-up. If you duck, you're gonna get launched, right? It is punishable, right? It's a punishable move. But mostly what you'll see Raven players do is while standing 2, which is the best move in my opinion from his crouching stance, right? From while standing. If not one of the best moves he has, to be honest. But while standing 2 is very strong. So this is a mid check. That's safe, right? It's -8. And if you do duck, this will hit you obviously, right? And it's +8 for Raven. It's not that scary on hit, but it's still decent. Right? It does decent damage with 17, +8 is a lot of frames. But the biggest thing about this move is the counter launching property. So the basic mind game here is I'm gonna do this, and this will make you want to press buttons. As the Kazuya player, when you play against the Raven, this will make you want to press buttons to, you know, stop him from mixing you up with this. And this will counter you out of those buttons. Basically, that's the mind game, right? And this is hard to step as well, because it's a crouch dash move, right? And it's gonna be hard to step something like this. And on block, it's safe, so you have to be careful about that. So you're gonna be guessing more or less. That's why I said that in the neutral, his space control is really good, because he can just do this out of nowhere, and this has a lot of range. The crouch dash into the 2. Like, the range on this is crazy strong, right? Or something like this is also possible for instant mix-up, or something like that. Or something like the hell sweep. I think you're gonna have to cancel it or whatever, but that's also possible. Basically, Raven doesn't have much range issues. But, as I said, Kazuya's normal strategy of just keeping in mid-range, something like this, and throwing out electrics can work. But you have to be aware of those lows. Raven players are 100% gonna use those lows against someone like us, because they're afraid of the electrics, right? So you have to be ducking sometimes as well. And when it comes to sidestepping, those lows will track. Those lows just track really well. The mid, you might be able to sidestep the while standing 2, but it's gonna be hard to punish. It recovers pretty quickly, so yeah, be careful about that. Alright, so that's about neutral, more or less. The normal Kazuya neutral works. And you can also just go in and, you know, hell sweep someone, or forward 2, or CD1+2, or whatever mix-ups you want. But that has a different layer, because Raven also has pretty decent movement when it comes to like backdash movement, and very good panic buttons. And the movement is pretty decent, like something like this. And also this exists. How's the cartwheel? I forgot the cartwheel. But yeah, he has that, which is pretty hard to punish. I think it's QCF4. There you go. This. So this is the keep out move that Raven has, and if he holds down back after this on whip, it's very hard to whip punish. You cannot whip punish this basically, unless you're close enough. So you have to be careful about from the keep out. Down forward 2 can also work as a keep out, somewhat, and this is hard to punish as well. It's not that easy to punish, but yeah, that forward 4 also can work as a keep out with guaranteed stuff. Very long range, 15 frame high, right? Basically think of this as a mini electric, right? That just gives something guaranteed. So yeah, be careful about this. This has decent pushback, -9, so you can't really do anything after this, unless the Raven player just decides to not do anything, just, you know, holds back. So you have to be careful about all that stuff. So when it comes to Raven, you have to be aware of your spacing, right? That's why when it comes to Kaz, since he is a mid-range character, it's not the best when it comes to that. Since you want him to stay in mid-range, Raven also kind of wants that range. More or less he wants that range. Because he can check you with down back 2s very easily when it comes to this range, right? Like 2.5 range, something like that. And down back 2 is basically one of the best checks that Raven players have. Down back 2-1, and just down back 2 in general. Of course, it has extensions as well, but yeah. Okay, that's more or less about neutrals, but let's talk about Raven's moves now. So from the normal moveset, one of the best things that Raven has in my opinion is his down forward 1. So this down forward 1 is very, very strong. The main reason this down forward 1 is so strong is because this shuts down all sidesteps. I cannot sidestep this move. I'm not sure about any other characters like Lily, for example, right, or Elisa. But Az cannot sidestep his down forward 1. So this is a -2 down forward 1, which is crazy for a tracking move. It is 14 frames fast, right? So something like this will trade like a down forward 4. Usually this wouldn't, but it's a tracking down forward 1 that's +8 and -2. So this is crazy strong. And not only is this a thing, but it also has a follow-up, which is a down forward 1-4. Right? It is punishable, but when you're getting hit by just down forward 1, sometimes you'll feel like you're pressing something, and you might get hit by the down forward 1-4. But when it comes to this down forward 1, that's one of the best tools he has. So you can't really press here, right? You can't sidestep here either, or just let go of back. You have to be holding back after down forward 1 and waiting for you to punish this. It is -14. Technically you can electric this, by the way. It is possible, but I wouldn't recommend it, because the block frame is a little bit weird. The block stun, I mean. There you go, I just did it. But usually if you want to get punished, down back 1, 2, 0, go 2. This 0, go 2, and you go into a hit engager, right? So be careful about that. The down forward 1 is basically his anti-sidestep tool without being a tracking move. So yeah, be very careful about that. He also has forward 3 as a tracking move. This also works. But the thing about forward 3 is that even though it's -9, it doesn't do much on normal hit, right? He has to finish the 1+2. He has to finish this. And it's not really confirmable. And he does finish it, it's -14, so it's not the best. That's why down forward 1 is like super strong when it comes to catching people sidestepping. Okay. So that's about down forward 1, more or less. The second one that I also want to mention is 3-3. This is also a very strong tool that good Raven players will use. And it's a mid-high, right? It's a mid-high natural 26 damage. Let me showcase the move. So it is weak when it comes to like sidestep left, but the second high tracks really well. And this move tracks really well to the right. So you cannot sidestep this to the right, but you can sidestep to the left. But the second move will still track you unless you're sidewalking. You can also sidestep duck, like let's say something like this. I messed up. Like this is possible, but it's very hard. It's not that easy to react to that kick and then duck the second one. So you have to be careful. And the strong part about this move is that it's a jailing move, right? It jails. Raven players will usually use this as either a mid check or a sidestep check to check people sidestepping to this side, because it just tracks that side really well. So you have to be very careful about this. And the biggest thing about this move is that, one, it jails, but it's -8, right? And you might think, oh, it is my turn after it. But 4-3-3 has a... not 4-3-3, 3-3. 3-3 has a mind game with this high right here. So this high basically stops you from doing anything, right? So let's say you block this and you want to, I don't know, hell sweep someone. Like, you want to hell sweep him. You're gonna get hit. Or you want to press something. You're gonna get counter launched. So it just doesn't work. Power crush will work against this, but yeah, what's the point, right? Also, you cannot sidestep this to the right. You can sidestep to the left, but not to the right. So it has one-way tracking, just like 3-3 does. I think it has exactly the same tracking. You can also duck this. It is a high. But yeah, maybe sidestep left can be a better option if you are reading the follow-up. But the biggest thing also about this is that it has a cancel. So that's the fun part, right? It has two options. Either the high finisher, it's a counter launch, tracks one side, not the other side. But if the Raven player feels like you're gonna respect it, let's say you're gonna sidestep it or duck it, right? That basically means you're respecting the last hit. They can cancel this into a back turn to mix up. So what happens is something like this. Let's say I sidestep the last hit, now I'm mixed. If I sidestep duck, okay, I guessed correctly, right? I guessed the back turn mixed correctly. Now I can punish, but that doesn't really mean anything. If I respect it, you have to guess. It's just how it is. Or if you don't respect it, let's say I do 1-2 here. This is actually a punish, right? Or something like this. That's actually a punish as well. If I mash here and he cancels, I'm punishing him. But it's not worth guessing that, because the Raven player can just do 3-3 and do nothing without the back turn, right? Without cancelling it. And that's -8. So, yeah, pick and choose, I guess. But usually 3-3, Raven players don't usually commit to the high unless they're already reading that you're either pressing after it, usually if you're pressing after it. Like, they won't just instantly do it. Just be aware that this high exists. But 3-3 in general as a move is very strong. In my opinion, it's very, very strong. Okay, let's talk about this move just because I just pressed it, right? Down forward 3. So down forward 3 is a move that has high crushing properties. So the main usage of this move right here is this. It's a counter hit launch. So normal hit has decent properties as well. Like, it's not bad. But usually it's used for counter hit launching properties. And it's used in situations when the Raven player thinks you're gonna jab. Let's say something like this, right? Down forward 1, I'm gonna try to 1-1, I'm gonna get the counter launched. But try jab, of course not, or if I want to, for example, right? Or even 2-2, or I don't know, magic 4. It's gonna crush it. So that's the point of this move. And Raven players sometimes use this at ground start.
Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight.
Let's talk about down back 2. So down back 2 usually is used as a move to control you from mid-range. It has very good tracking. As you guys can see, it's very, very hard for me to sidestep this, right? You can sidewalk it and like that, but sidestepping it is not really a thing. And when it comes to range, like let's say it's not after a jab, but you're just playing the game, right? Sidestepping this in general is very hard. You can time it, something like that is possible, but it's not, you can't rely on sidestepping that move that much, right? It's a very, very good move. And whenever you sidestep it, you have to be very fast on your punish as well. But usually sidestep right, not sidestep left. And that's why I said that something like 3-3 can be used to catch sidestep right, this. Because, you know, this has good sidestep right tracking, while this has a, even though it has decent tracking on both sides, it has less tracking on sidestep right, so this will track the sidestep right and this will track everything else. That's basically how it works. So when it comes to 3-3, it complements down back 2 in that way. But yeah, down back 2, as I said, it's a neutral controlling tool just to, you know, stop you from doing anything. Just, you know, throw this out, and now you have to guess. So the guess here is simple, as I said. If you're guessing that the high is gonna come out, you just duck and launch it. You know, duck, you can wall standing 2 as well. Just have to be careful about wall standing 2 because it's slow. Doesn't always work. So I would recommend to twin piston instead. And, you know, get your launch. If you do guess that the high is coming. But now the problem is if you're ducking and the high is not coming. So if they just do down back 2. So what happens if they just down back 2?
-5.
Let me record this, wait. So if they just down back 2 and you duck, something like this will happen. You basically will duck, and the Raven player will be in back turn. And it's only -4. So the strength of this move, down back 2, is its frames. It's very, very strong because it's -4. It's very, very low -4 move like this, right? So it's a very strong move. That means that something like this into buttons is very strong. Very, very strong. Because you cannot really interrupt this into this, especially if you're ducking the high. So something like, for example, this into the forward 3. And if I try to duck into a launch, I will get countered. I don't think this is a launch, right? It's not a launch, but
Getting
it's
it.
gotta be something guaranteed here. If I try to do an instant duck twin pistons without trying to react to the high. Or if I try to just duck into one standing 4. So you have to be careful.
Left.
And now comes the mind game of down back 2 into nothing, right? This is basically a backturned mind game that if you know what's
Backturned
coming,
lefty
you
step
sidestep
करना
some
है
options and you can sidestep some options, depends on which side, right? Like this can be step to the
Backside.
right, but you can step to the left. So basically, the mind game here is on down back 2, just down back 2. If they don't do the high, you're guessing for backturned. But the Raven player can also decide to not do anything, obviously, right? The Raven player can also do down back 2 into this. This is also possible. Which, you know, you can't do anything about this. Which, if you 1-1, let's say you 1-1, the Raven player will launch you. You can't do anything. Nothing really works. You can kind of mash here, right? It is possible to mash. But nothing's guaranteed. The Raven player can just turn around as well. Just do this, down forward 4, it's a block, right? Down forward 1, it's a block. I'm gonna 1-1, it's a block. Nothing's really guaranteed even though he's forced back turn. But at least the Raven player is forced to, you know, manually turn around for that. So that can be a good thing. But yeah, it's possible. Good Raven players will just manually turn around if anything. And yeah, you have to be careful. So even if you hell sweep, let's say you decide to hell sweep here, right?
Minus
Because he's
15.
holding down back after down back 2. They might block it. I messed up. I don't know why he's not blocking it now, but they might block it because they're holding down back. Let me try to demonstrate that. Something like that, I guess. I just messed up. And I mean, even that can happen. There we go. Right? But even that can happen because of the space being created. You have to be very careful about your options after down back 2. It's not easy at all. Like, not at all. So you have to be very, very careful. And the thing about down back 2 also is that because of the back turned jab being 8 frames fast, something like this, you actually cannot press buttons that are slower than 12. So 1+2 will trade here, but you can't down forward 2. This will just counter it you. And the thing about that is that that jab also tracks to the left really, really well. So if you try to sidestep block, this will hit you. Or just sidestep in general. You can sidewalk, but you cannot sidestep block. And you have to react to this, by the way. So that's an 8-frame jab into the high. And this 8-frame jab into the high is guaranteed on normal hit, right? It's not a counter hit or anything. And if you sidestep right, the jab gets avoided, but the high still tracks you. So you have to be careful. Basically, sidewalking is the best option. But, as I said, if you're sidewalking, this will hit you. That's the mind game. If you start sidewalking after down back 2, the high is gonna hit you. And if you start doing anything after down back 2-1, there's also another follow-up, which is a -14 follow-up.
Round 4. Fight.
As I said.
Final round. Fight.
Try to remember any other like options in the neutral. Like other than the normal options, like back through can work as well. Like Raven players can use this as a mid mix-up. So this is something like a Mishima
That's
forward 4, like Kazuya forward 4. But very slow. It's 27 frames, +4. And it
Face down,
instantly
knockdown.
knocks down. So it's not bad at all. But when it comes to the neutral play also, I almost forgot, is that this Power Crush is one of the most annoying things you're going to deal with when playing against Raven. Raven players love his Power Crush, and it's because it's a very good Power Crush. So this is like a 3.5 range Power Crush, which is crazy. Look at this. Right? This will hit you from very far, like 3.8 maybe even. Yeah, something like that, right? It's a very, very far-reaching Power Crush that has a lot of active frames. A lot of active frames. And it's a heat engager, right? So Raven players, while running 3 after it, or is it while running 4? This right here. This, right, which is the +7 one.
+7.
And you're gonna be guessing. So you have to be very, very careful about this Power Crush. And the thing about this is that when the Raven player is just backdashing into this Power Crush, let's say something like this is happening, right? It's very hard to sidestep this. Very, very hard. So basically treat it like a tracking move. In the neutral, when you're just stepping, it's gonna be very hard to step this. Especially if you're stepping to the right. Let's say you're expecting a down back 2, right? And you're trying to step to the right to avoid it. You're gonna get hit by the Power Crush. It's just how it is. So if you're going to the left, sometimes it will still track you. Not in that situation, right? You can also time it. But it's just very weird to avoid this Power Crush. As you guys can see, it's not really optimal to just sidestep it when you expect it. So usually you block it. But the problem here is when he has heat. And when he has heat and he does this, you basically can't do anything about it, right? Because this happens into +5. It's very, very annoying. This Power Crush is a very, very strong tool that Raven players have. It's very, very strong. Because of the tracking property that it has, basically. And as I said, if you're stepping to the left, you might sometimes avoid it, but then down back 2 is going to hit you for free. This just tracks that side very, very well. It's just a free hit. And also this, not that.
-12.
Damn it. The last thing too. This also tracks really well to the left. Let me just demonstrate that. So whenever a Raven player does this, you can time your sidestep, right? But it has this in tracking in general. You can time your sidestep if you want, but I wouldn't really recommend sidestepping this move. It only works if you time it, right? Sidestep left works if you time it. Something like that. But as I say, it's hard to whiff punish. Like, you won't be able to electric this, usually. So you have to be careful. Like, sidestepping Raven is it's weird. To say the least, it's just weird. Because you know the lows will track you, like this is a very good tracking. That's pretty decent tracking. The full crouch one will also most likely track you. There's something like this, right? It's also pretty decent. Even though it's launch punchable, it's pretty damn decent. This kind of moves and this kind of moves can track you pretty well too. Down 4 a little bit less, down back 4 more. But usually it's this one. So I'm gonna talk about this a bit later, as I said. But yeah, just be careful about Raven's mid-range game. Down back 2s, very annoying. But mostly Power Crush. Power Crush is the... like, especially if you're just pressuring the Raven player a lot, they'll just throw this out.
Floor break.
And this is Raven's 15 frame punish, by the way. Because Raven does not have a 15 frame launcher. Down forward 2 is 16. But this can also be used as a mind game tool and a mid mix up tool. So down forward 4-4 does this, obviously, right? And Raven players can kind of confirm if it hits and then finish this for the guaranteed damage. But the problem here is how to punish this. The thing about this move, down forward 4-4,
स्टेप करना
is
पड़ेगा.
that when you block it, it's minus 14, right? So not 15. I think it used to be 15. But you can normally punish it. Let's say you just, you know, down back 1-2, which is normally the correct way to punish something like this, right? And also electric it, technically. But I wouldn't recommend electricating it. Because, you know, it's hard. Even though I think this is the optimal thing to do. And I'll explain why. So the thing about this is you
इसको
basically have to
teleport
guess
को hit
either
कर सकता
that,
है.
just down forward 4-4, or the
double
follow-up. I
electric
think it's the
here.
3, right? I'm pressing 3 plus forward. Doesn't matter. Because if you try to punish this, that's what
Electric track
happens.
करेगा.
Right?
Comfort 4.
The optimal punish here is down forward 4-4 because this will beat all options. If you just down forward 4, you also got the combo here. So let's say you do this, you down forward 4 and try to hit confirm. And you will get a combo if the Raven player decides to go up in the air. So something like back 2 doesn't work either, something like back 1 also doesn't work. Oh damn, what the hell? Something like 1-1 can work, but the problem about 1-1 is that I think it might not reach sometimes on down forward 4-4 because, you know, our 1-1, our jab isn't the best. So if you block this, let's say in
Dog shit
the weird
jab.
situation, you just block this. The 1-1 might not work sometimes. There you go, right? You just whipped. There are some situations like that when it just doesn't work. So you have to be careful about 1-1ing. So down forward 4 is one of your best options, but it's not that good either, right? You don't have that good of an option here. But the good option that we do have is an electric, which is something that you have to do very, very precisely, and it has a lot of execution behind it. Because if you electric here, let's say you 14 frame electric. I just messed up. You are gonna get a float. But as I said, you have to be very fast with it because you need to do a 14 frame electric for the option select. But this is the best option. If you can do it, this is the best one. But I would not recommend this. It's not recommended. I would recommend either down forward 4 or maybe even 1-1. Both of them are fine. But other than that, electric can also work, technically speaking. Now let's talk about this. So this is also a neutral controlling tool, which is, you know, mid-range or long-range tool that will basically launch you for free, right?
My
This
GPU
is a
can't
launcher.
handle.
Is that,
Bro, I got
is
a
that not how
fucking
you launch
American
it?
player, but I don't
forgot
think
how
so.
to
He's an
launch it.
American player. I think he's on
But
VP.
it's a launcher that will launch you. So you have to be very, very careful about this. And this also has a mind game when it comes to punishing it. So let's talk about this
Logged
move.
out, knee locked in.
So this
Any, I'm
move
locked in.
is -9. And you can technically punish it because Raven is back turn, right? You can punish it with the even down forward 1-4. Which I wouldn't recommend because you don't get anything guaranteed. And someone's back turn, you don't get anything guaranteed for down forward 1-4. But you can just normally punish it with whatever you want. But the problem here about punishing something like this is that Raven players have a parry. Did I not record that? Damn. Wait.
Round 1. Fight.
So the parry is the problem here. So if I try to parry, it won't work anymore, right? If I try to punish it in any way, doesn't matter what you do, even a knee, right? One of the things that you can kind of do is delay your punish. Let's say you do something very slow, something like this, right? That can work. Or if you do a very slow electric, that kind of stuff can work. But nothing else will work. Even throws, by the way, which is crazy, right? I just want to demonstrate that. Just can't throw it. You can't even do lows. Let's say I try to do a low. Nope. Nothing works. So basically, have to bait it. You have to bait the parry. That's why it's a little bit iffy. But now let's talk about what's the most optimal thing to do, how to bait it. The thing about this move is that it doesn't only have this parry mind game, but it also has a teleportation mind game with this right here. So this teleportation basically means that you cannot instantly press the button, right? You obviously pinned anyway because of the parry, but now it just becomes very awkward to punish unless you lapped it, right? Let's say I just try to do this. I can't electric. I just can't electric.
ये tracking है.
It's very weird.
Right track करेगा.
I just can't do it. Right?
Nice.
So something like down forward 4 will work here, but even that sometimes. Maybe if I delay it, but yeah, it's very, very awkward. So the best thing to do here is you just sidestep. If you sidestep, especially if you sidewalk, something like this becomes way easier to deal with. because you'll be able to punish this. You sidewalk into an electric. This is how you punish Ravens, this cartwheel into the teleportation. And this is also very good because when you're sidewalking, you can just look at the screen. If the Raven player parries, let's say he doesn't teleport, but does parry, can also punish that. So this sidewalk left is very good. It's very good. The weakness of this is that the Raven player can just, you know, press as many buttons as he wants after before. But basically, the weakness is this. If the Raven player does this and you're just sidewalking, he might realize that you're just not doing anything and he might just mix you up, right? So you have to be careful about that. But most Raven players usually power crush you. So if you do sidewalk, it will also be the power crush. If they parry, you will beat the parry because you're gonna, you know, punish the parry when you see it. And if they teleport, it's gonna beat that as well. So yeah, it's not a bad option. Sidewalk left is one of the best options in my opinion against this move. For me, Raven players usually power crush you. So if you do sidewalk, it will also be the power crush.
Backend left is very effective.
If they parry, you will beat the parry because you're gonna, you know, punish the parry when you see it. And if they teleport, it's gonna beat that as well. So yeah, it's not a bad option. Sidewalk left is one of the best options in my opinion against this move. For me personally, anyway. Okay, now let's talk about some of the lows. So Raven's lows usually it's down back 4, down 4, down 3, right? This can also work, or normal down 3. That's full crouch down 3. Or normal down 3. These are like the most common ones. The most annoying one is this. I'm not gonna talk about this a little bit later. So down back 4 is a slower low, right? Which comes under 24 frames and it's -14. The good thing about this matchup is that Twin Pistons usually will launch Raven's lows, right? So that's definitely good for us. But just be careful about your
classic
Twin Pistons whipping sometimes. It can happen because it's Twin Pistons. It can work. Especially if the Raven player is good in the spaces correctly. But even something like down 4 can be, you know, launched. But as I said, Twin Pistons is a horrible ass move when it comes to its range. So be careful about stuff like this happening, right? When you backdash duck, especially, your Twin Piston is just gonna whiff. So you're gonna be forced to either do a while staying 4/4 as a punish, or even while staying 1+2 as a punish. Kind of forced to do it. So you have to be careful about that. So that's about these two moves. The other one was down 3, which I also mentioned. So down 3 is a close range low, which is 0.
Neutral, okay.
And does little damage, 10 damage. It's not that much, right? But the good thing about that is that it's very fast, unlike the other ones. And it's only -11. So if you do block it, you have to one-stank 4/4. That's the only thing you can do. So yeah, that's very, very important when it comes to stuff like this. It's a fast low, -11, but close range, which means usually Raven players will not use it when it comes to neutral. Like when it comes to movement, when they're moving around and you're moving around as well, they won't just do this. Usually this won't happen. Usually, right? It can happen sometimes, but usually this won't happen. Just run down 3. The reason that this won't happen is because this doesn't have high crushing, so they will get electric. Not only that, they have better options. So the most annoying option I mentioned is this one, right? And let me briefly mention this as well. So this is also one of the options that Raven players use because of the range of it. The thing about this is that it has crazy good range. It doesn't look like it's that punishable. The thing about this is that it is -17, so you can technically while staying 2. So your most optimal punish for this is a while staying 2. We do have a pretty good punish, but it recovers quite awkwardly. I don't know how to explain it, but your optimal punish is while staying 2 on this, and you also cannot backdash this. It's just impossible to backdash this. It has way too much range. But yeah, now let's talk about this, which is the crouch dash down forward to 3. I think it's just full crouch down forward.
So कैसे punish करेंगे?
So the full crouch down forward 3 is the most annoying low because it's a safe low. So as you guys can see in the frame data, it's -9. So what does -9 mean? -9 means that it is a safe low that you can't technically punish, but it forces Raven to a backturn stance. So this backturn stance basically enables you to punish this anyway because, you know, it takes time for them to turn around. Our punisher is Twin Pistons. You cannot wall standing to this. If you try to wall standing to, Raven player has enough time to turn around. So let's say the Raven player would do something like this and just turn around manually. and you try to wall standing 2. He just blocks it. So he cannot wall stand 1. But if you do the same thing, but wall standing 1-2, that's a punish. So wall standing 1-2 is your punish here. But it's a mind game. So the thing about this slow that makes it very, very annoying is that you cannot always punish it. The reason behind it is because of the back turn parry that Raven has. So if a Raven player does this and then parries immediately after, it's GG's. Let's say you twin piston here, you're gonna get launched, right? You just cannot punish this. You actually just can't do anything, right? Not even a throw works. I already demonstrated this. So the thing about this is that you have to do the same thing as in the other parry situation, which is to, you know, bait it out. You have to bait it out. Wait and then electric, and then do whatever combo you want. Doesn't matter. As long as it's a good combo, you can do it. Like I recently found this combo out from back turn. It can work, but it's a little bit difficult. Right? But yeah, just do the combo that you like. Or you can even do something like this, which is, you know, guaranteed on back turn. You can also 1-4-3 here, which I wouldn't recommend if 3 is parryable. Or you can do something like this as well, but I think this can be parried as well. But yeah, just be careful and choose your option accordingly when it comes to punishing. You can also technically do this, wait and wall standing 2, which I wouldn't recommend because of the combo being awkward, right? But you basically have to wait. That's what you're supposed to do. You have to wait for the parry and then punish the parry. Because you don't have any buttons. You can't do a low, you can't do a grab, you can't do literally anything. You have to do either a delayed button or just wait and punish it, which is the correct thing to do in my opinion. But as I said, that's what makes this move so annoying. It's very annoying because it forces you to do nothing. You're not punishing it. And if you get hit by it, let's say you get hit by it, right? It's a +2 move, which isn't that much plus. But it's pretty decent when you consider that the Raven has an 8-frame jab here. Right? Which means if you try to power crush, this will beat you. Or if you try to press any button, the down back into, you know, whatever, will avoid literally everything. So you have to be very careful about pressing buttons after this move. But sometimes you're kind of forced to, so the Raven player realizes that they can't just enforce the back turn and mix it on, right? So that's important. But yeah, be aware of this move. Be very, very aware of this move. It's very annoying to deal with, trust me. Okay. I think that's more or less it about lows from neutral anyway. More or less. But now let's talk about the two things that are very important. The crouch dash and the back turn. Let's talk about the crouch dash first. So I mentioned some of the crouch dash stuff at the start when it comes to crouch dash 2. Not crouch dash 2, wall stand 2, crouch dash, something like this. Not bad. Something like that, right? So this is one of the most important moves that the Raven has, in my opinion. The Raven players utilize this well if they're playing the character correctly. This is a counter ultimate launcher that's hard to sidestep and recovers quickly, right? It's pretty good and it's safe. And the reason behind why it's good is because Raven's crouch dash being so damn threatening. And the reason it's so threatening is because he has a hell sweep from here, right? Not only a hell sweep, but also a safe low, which he can mix up with. I'm fucking up. That's what I was supposed to say. So this hell sweep is what makes you want to press, basically, right? It's the same thing when a Kazuya player just wave dashes in front of you. It will kind of make you want to press. But unlike us, who you can, you know, sidestep, this hell sweep is not that easy to step. It's not easy to step at all. So you have to be careful. So when something like this happens, and you're being forced in a mix-up, let's say the Raven player is just doing this kind of stuff on you, right? This is hard to step. You won't be able to step this. You can't really rely on it. So what you're gonna do, and a lot of people do, is press a button. Which means you either press early, too early, and you're gonna get hit anyway, or the Raven player is gonna counter hit you with wall standing 2. Also, you can, you know, press well and just, you know, counter hit the Raven player or just hit the Raven player because, you know, they're doing this too much. This kind of mix-ups, but it's still scary. You have to be very careful about that. The thing about this is that even if you get hit, Raven players might just mix you up instantly. Let's say you get hit, right? And you stand up normally. This is an instant mix-up. The Raven players have two options from here. The mid and the low. the way you avoid this, by the way, for the people who don't know, is you hold forward.
Forward.
This roll happens when you roll forward. You even get a mini punish from this, by the way. So even if they do a mid here, you will get avoided. So this is one of the things that you do if you want to like annoy the Raven player a bit. You hold forward. Hold forward and roll like that. It's very, very important to do that. Because if you don't do that, you're basically going to be mixed up. What's the mid option? I forgot the mid option. There you go, that's the mid option. That's a safe mid option heat engager, by the way, so you have to be very, very careful. Let me demonstrate the mid option on the forward roll as well. Just so I can show it. Okay, sometimes that can happen. But yeah, usually this is what happens. But when it comes to the mid option, the low won't always punish. It depends, right? Like that one won't punish, the other one did, but you have to be careful. Just be careful. Sometimes the Raven players know this is gonna happen and they will try low parry, which you'll get low parried here. So be careful. Be very, very careful. But forward rolling is still very good. The Raven player can beat this, obviously. The Raven player has an option to beat this. Just by doing a hell sweep into an upwards teleport into another mix-up. Which, something like this will happen if the Raven player decides to do that, right? I messed up, but basically let me just showcase the movement. Doesn't matter what the Raven player chooses. Something like this, and since you're getting up, you're gonna get mixed again. Doesn't matter what the Raven player chooses. Something like this, and since you're getting up, you're gonna get mixed again. So you have to be careful. You gotta be careful about what you're supposed to do. What you can do is you forward roll, and then you know, just guess with a duck. If you think another hell sweep is coming. But yeah, be careful, because the Raven player can loop you. Something like that. So let me just demonstrate that. Right, if you're forward rolling every time, they will just teleport up and just do that to you. Now you have to guess. And if you guess incorrectly, you might get launched by while standing one. Or if he has heat, he'll just do this. Right? Because in heat, that's safe, and it's a launcher. So be careful, be very, very careful. Raven's mix-up potential can be pretty damn strong in this game, especially in heat. Okay, so that's about that, more or less. That's about the mix-up, the hell sweep mix-up. And the mix-ups is either usually one standing 3-1+2, which is punishable. By the way, one good thing to remember about Raven is that all his clones are punishable, and all of them are -14, if I remember correctly. 13 or 14. All of them are something like that. Like something like this, -14, right? This, -14. This, -14. So all of them are punishable. The only time they become unpunishable is in heat when they become golden. So the golden clones become -3 instead. So they're not plus. They're not. Raven players sometimes mash after this, but they're not plus. It's only plus. It's only -3. Not only, but it's -3, right? So the thing about this is that it's still a mind game. The -3 is not a lot of minus at all. So it's still a mind game. So if you jab, maybe something like this will counter you. So what I mean by that is something like this into down forward 3 is a good option for Raven players to do. For example, something like this, because if you try to 1-1, I'm gonna get countered launched. Because it's only -3 and down forward 3 just, you know, high crushes. Which I already demonstrated the move. It's a high crushing move. So you have to be careful about your options. Obviously, if you're down 4-2, you're gonna get counter him, but as I said, it's a mind game. You have to like be aware of what options you have. Sometimes you set sidestep, sometimes the Raven sidesteps, sometimes they do a high crush move, low crush move, whatever, right? It's just how it works. It's -3. Only in heat though. Gotta remember that. Now let's talk about the other crouch dash moves. So there are some moves like, you know, this one, which you basically have to react to this, right? This move also has a mid follow-up. And this is just something you have to react to. So the mid is safe. It's -9. And the low is -12. But it's just something you have to react to. You can't really help with something like this. If you can't react to it, it's fine. Sometimes you're going to get hit. But just be aware that it's +5. You have to be very careful about this. Not only is it +5, you also will be, you know, not be able to sidestep anything because of the down forward 1 checks. As I said, down forward 1 is basically his anti-sidestep tool. Which I don't know why, but it's a thing. It's very strong. Okay. Yeah, this is also another low that Raven players have, but this is also something you kind of have to react to. It's hard sometimes to react to this, but you have to react to this as well. And this also has the same problem when it comes to some other moves, that the pushback sometimes makes it so your punish doesn't work. The other problems is with twin pistons, but this also works on more forward. It's not that common, but it can sometimes happen. And it's only -12. So be careful about this. It's only -12. So low parrying this will be better, but when you're reacting to something, I think it's easier to duck something instead of low parry something as a reaction. It's possible, obviously, right? Don't get me wrong. But still. Okay. And the other things about Cog Smash, which is also very, very strong, is the wall standing 1. So wall standing 1-2, this is a very, very strong move. In my opinion. The wall standing 1 is a -9 mid with a lot of range, right? And the thing about wall standing 1 is that that does that on counter. It used to be better, it used to be a counter launcher in the previous game. But it's still very, very strong. The main reason is that you can kind of confirm it. It's not that confirmable in my opinion, but it's kind of doable as well. So yeah, be very careful about wall standing 1. And as I said, the moves that have a clone in them, let's say you block this, right? Because that's clone. -14. All of them. You cannot do a 15 frame punish, but you can do a 14 frame punish. -14. They're not launch punishable. So yeah, you have to be careful about stuff like that. And the other stuff which I don't see a lot of people knowing in general for punishing is this big -10. I just remembered that, I was just doing it. So this move, when the Raven player does this and you block it, you have to punish it every time. 1-1-2. Sometimes your 1-1 won't work. I think there are situations like that. Something like that, right? But usually it will. Usually your 1-1-2 is gonna work. So you have to punish this. It's -10. Whenever you block it. And the other thing, which is also a little bit awkward, is 4-2-3. So 4-2-3 used to be punishable, but it's -9 now. This is a mid-mid check. This is also one of the good checks from neutral I was talking about at the start. That this can just check you from very, very long range. Something like down back 2, right? It's the same. And also delayable. Very delayable. And that delay means you can confirm it a little bit. It's not that confirmable. I think I would argue that it's not confirmable, but it's very delayed, basically. So you have to be careful about stuff like that. Alright. What else? But when it comes to this keep out, this is also one of the things that the Raven players do to keep out. Which is up 4. It's very annoying, by the way. Like, they used to do it anyway. I'm not sure how much they do it now, but they used to do up 4s and up 4 forces keep out because it recovers quickly and it's just hard to punish. Very, very hard to punish. And it's safe. So yeah. Okay, what else to talk about? So we have 2 more stances to talk about, which is the soul zone and the back turn stance. But before that, let me talk about down 4-2 just a little bit, and then we can transition to that. So down 4-2, I already mentioned this, that this is basically a normal hit launching move, right? It is -13, you can technically punish this, right? Down back 1-2, punish. Even 2-2 is a punish here because of the back turn. Down 4-4,
String extension.
just down 4-2 is punishable. But the problem with punishing just down 4-2 is the follow-ups. So it has 2 follow-ups. One follow-up is the mid, right? Which will lose if you instantly punish. Let's say I back 1-2 here, right? That's still a punish. 1 + 2, still a punish. Let's say down 4-4. This will still punish. Let me try a 14 framer, like back 2. Punish. So it trades with 15. So that's the mid. And you can actually just punish down 4-2 and the mid at the same time if you just mash something that's 14 or slower. Usually punishing something with the 13 is the way to go because of the -13 property on this, right? But the problem here is this high, which if you start punishing, let's say I start punishing, you're gonna get hit. That's why you duck here, right? You either duck, I think sides up left maybe it's gonna work, and it's not worth it. Basically you duck it. So that's the mind game. The down 4-2 into the high, you duck. And down 4-2 into the mid or nothing, you can punish. The mid is also -15. I don't think if I showed that. I don't think I showed that. So if you block this, you can actually launch this. Right? It's possible to electric this. But the block stun is weird. It is possible. So if you're not too confident, you can also do something like this, right? We have
Mod?
this since the new
Mod
match
banna
stomp with 1-4 to stomp. Also possible. But it's minus 15, exactly minus 15 when it comes to this string. That's how you deal with this move in general if they try to, you know, try the down 4-2 shenanigans. Okay, now let's talk about the
तो
last
सबको फिर
two
भाई
things.
टाइम आउट दे दोगे.
So, back turn, let's start with back turn. Back turn has a lot of good mix-ups for Raven. And the main ones being this, 4-4 or 4-4-1, basically it's like a back turn hell suit, right? You can treat this like a hell suit, more or less. But when you do block this, you have to punish this. But the big thing about this is that unlike a hell sweep, this doesn't stagger or anything, right? So you kind of have to wait for the high and then punish this. So when you block it, you can't instantly punish. You have to wait, which can be very, very annoying.
एक सेकंड.
It's a safe low with a high follow-up. The high follow-up is also safe. So you're kind of forced to keep ducking. And the thing about that is if you keep ducking for the high follow-up and the Raven player does that parry, you can kind of react to the parry and launch him anyway. So that's a good thing. But the mix-up is if the Raven player does this into nothing. If he just does this into another one, for example, and just keeps on pressuring you, then that's very annoying to deal with. So you have to be very careful about stuff like that. Okay. Or something like this mid mix up, right? So this mid mix up is another
-7.
backdoor move that Raven has. The safe mid that you can't do anything about, right? I cannot do anything about this. And the thing about this also, let me just get hit, is that it's not natural. It's a mid check, but it's not really a natural. It's only natural encounter. That's one of the reasons it's safe. But you won't see this used that much. I think it's a good move. Personally, I don't think it's a bad move.
आ रहा है लिख के किसने
Especially
दिया
if you do
टाइम
just
आउट.
forward 3, right? Because of the follow-up 3. Also being very, very delayable. But you might see just forward 2. You might see something like this. This is the most common thing that you will see as a mid mix.
3 आईडी है भाई.
They just the back turned 4. It's very, very strong. The reason you'll see this so much, like for example, something like this into this,
रिडल है रिडल भाई ने दे दी.
is because of the -5 property, that's 1, right? Pushback property, that's 2. And the on-hit property, which it's a hit engager.
12 आईडी.
So it's very strong. So after this, you can't really do anything. If you block this and then try
भाई
to
तो
pump-
उल्टा
I
सीधा
try
बोल
to
देते हो
pull
लोगों
down
को.
for 2, let's say.
बुरा मान जाएंगे.
No, doesn't work. Back 4 doesn't work. Let me try to do a 4.
हाँ यार रेवन लाभ कर रहा हूँ.
That will work. Enough range, I guess. But
कल
yeah,
टूर्नामेंट है ना.
it's very, very, very strong.
भी
Because it kind of forces
एक बार
you
लिंक का भी
to
रिवाइज
do
करना है पूरा
nothing.
मैच.
Because if you try to do something, the Raven player will avoid whatever we try to do.
अरे इस आईडी
Most of the things will get avoided.
side
So
कोई
you have
mod
to be careful about that. So that's the one of the most used mid mix-ups, and this is one of the most used low mix-ups. The Raven player can also do something like this is another mid mix-up. Usually at the wall, it's a wall splat, -9, right? But there's a lot of options that the Raven players might do. I already showcased the power crushed, power crush. I don't know why I say power crushed. But one of the most annoying things is this move right here. So this move is a 23 frame, kind of like a slide, but it's a slide that launches basically, right? So this, into whatever. That missed, but yeah, into whatever. This will launch. It's a launcher. So that's one of the most annoying things. So when a Raven player does this, let's say a Raven player just goes into back turn from far away, maybe you can expect something like that.
हाँ भाई मैचअप का इशू
Because this
रहता है
will
इसके
reach very
against.
far into whatever. Let me try to combo. Oh, that does a tornado. I forgot. But yeah, basically it's something like that, right? So you have to be careful. And it's very, very effective, even in close range, because, you know, it can be a mix-up. Technically, you can kind of react to it, but it's very harsh. It's very, very hard. I wouldn't really recommend reacting to that. So, yeah. Be careful about back blow specifically. Other than that, Raven's throw game from back turn was nerfed, so you can just break it by pressing 1 or 2. It's not really a mix-up anymore.
Okay.
But it's still very scary when it comes to this move, as I said. And if you're trying to fuzzy, this becomes strong as well. The 25 frame
Normal it.
snake edge, basically, out tornado, right? It is a stagger block, so it's very risky for Raven players to do this. But you're fuzzying a lot, this will catch you, especially if you just fuzzy and, you know, get up. Gotta be careful about stuff like that.
Mid-eating edge.
Okay. So that move I just did, Q2, is also very, very common. But usually you will see this in heat. You won't see this outside of heat that much, but usually you will see this in heat. The thing about back turn 2-2 is that it has a clone follow-up, right? And the reason you'll see this in heat more is because of the clone follow-up being safe. That's the main reason. But this is basically a check. So if you do something like this and the Raven player
अरे नहीं
does
भाई,
that,
इसके लफड़े हो रखे बहुत लोगों से.
let's say I try to, you know, press.
इसे मॉड बना दिया तो
This
मुझसे
is a
लोग
counter check.
लफड़े करने लगे.
All of that is guaranteed. And the Raven player will be able to confirm this because of it being a 3-hit move. And the way you beat this, by the way, is either you do that, you can punch parry the second hit actually, or in some situations you can avoid by sidewalking. But sidewalking is it's iffy to do, I'm gonna be honest. Because when you do a sidestep block, the second hit tracks you. But one of the coolest things you can do is punch parry the second hit. It's very, very cool to do that. But it's a bait, you can't do anything else about it. Maybe power crush through it, I forgot if that's possible, but yeah, that's doable, especially in heat. So I guess that's more or less about back turn stance. I'm pretty sure there's a lot more I can talk about when it comes to back turn stance. But as I said, I don't encounter Raven enough for me to know a lot of stuff. Oh, there's one more I almost forgot, 3-4. So this is also very annoying to deal with, 3-4. So the thing about 3-4, so this is the last thing I'm going to talk about for the back turn stance, is that this is something you have to sidestep to the right. This is the way you deal with it, but it's very hard to actually do in real matches. Because you have to react to this very fast. But this is how you deal with it. You cannot jab it, by the way. You can also power crush through it when you block the first one. That's also possible. Like, or something like this, right? But if you want maximum reward, you have to sidestep it to the right. And even then, you have to, like, time it precisely. So something like this, sidestep right, electric, right? But this follow-up
ट्रैक
is the
करता
annoying
है.
part. So you have to be very fast with your punish. Or
चलिए.
something like that is gonna happen. But usually it's not really a problem. Because of how slow that is. Okay. But yeah. The reason this is so strong, by the way, is because it's 0. As you guys can see, it's high mid, but it's 0 on block. So if you try to mash or something, it's only 0. So the Raven player has a lot of options. Like down forward 3, a sidestep, basically anything that you want. It's 0, so you have to be very careful about that. Okay, that's about back turn options, more or less, right? I'm pretty sure, as I said, I'm pretty sure there's a lot more. Like, for example, this is another mid mix-up that Raven players can use, or just this, which is also very strong because it's only -2, right? So you have to be aware of all this stuff. But back to 4 is the most annoying part, in my opinion, right? Back turn, back to 4. I did say the last thing was the last thing I was gonna mention about back turn, but I think this is also worth mentioning because of the -9 mid mix-up. So if you duck something like the forward 4, it's gonna hit you. And the thing about this is that the high, it just tracks really well, so you have to duck it. More or less you have to duck it. Okay. Now let's talk about Soul Zone, which is this stance right here, this one. So this stance can be used in the neutral, just like this, for example, right? It can be possible to use this. And the one thing that's very important to realize about this is that if Raven players do this in the neutral, usually they'll go with the 4. Especially if they're far away, because that's the only thing that will reach. So 1+2, not 1+2, I think it's a 2. Also has very good range, right? 1+2 is the mid mix-up, decent range. But 4 is the one that has the most range. Like something like this will also hit, right? Which is crazy. And the thing about this to remember is that its frames will change. So usually it's -16, this will work. But its frames will change depending on how far the Raven player is. That's why it's very optimal to do a twin pistons punish on this every time. Unless you're like literally up close in their face, right? Then wall standing 2 works. But other than that, wall standing 1-2 is your go-to punish. It can be very annoying for other characters who don't have a 13 frame launcher. But for us, you have to twin piston, right? So be careful about this. This is the low mix-up. And the thing about this is that it's +2. And it forces crouch.
Oh.
It forces crouch for both, I'm pretty sure. So you have to be careful of something like this into wall standing 4 checking you. Or something like this into an instant hell sweep mix-up. So yeah, be aware of that. And the mid mix-up for that, as I said, is the 2. So the 2 is a -9 mid, which is a heat engager. Right, this will heat engage. 30 damage, it's pretty damn good. So you have to be aware of stuff like this. Raven players also have this option, which is a tracking option that's 0, which is pretty good, to be honest. That does chip damage. I'm not sure if it does chip damage normally, let me check. It does. So this 1+2 is a pretty damn good option in my opinion. Which you don't see that much. But usually you'll see either 2 or the 4. Usually, right? You can also see the 3, which is also a mid mix-up. Right? Something like this. But I think you'll usually see this at the wall for a wall splitting property. Especially in heat. Because as I said, all clone moves become -3. All of them. So you have to be careful. That's a wall splat as well. So be very, very careful about that. It's usually used at the wall for a wall splat. Because you don't really need a heat engager when you can just wall splat with that. It'll only be -3. Unless they feel like, you know, being +5 with something like this. That's also possible. Okay. So Soulzone, I think that's more or less it. The other option Soulzone also has is the upwards teleport. I showcased this when I was showing the hell sweep. And the upwards teleport has the option
Crouch में आता है सीधा.
to make the Raven player crouched instantly. Or the instant hell sweep there, right? So the Raven player either is standing or crouched. To make the Raven player crouched instantly. Or the instant health sweep there, right? The other option Soulzone also has is the upwards teleport. I showcased this when I was showing. It's there. Common this happens because, you know, this just checks you. It also does good chip damage, only -3. Something like this might happen as well, just to check you with a mid without using too much heat. So there's a lot of stuff that goes into it. It's a back-turd mix-up, but that's the one of the most common things that you'll see after heat engager. So Raven heat engages, let's imagine that's a heat engager, right? Does a wall running 3, and then, you know, something like this. He will usually still have heat here, and then maybe a heat smash. So the heat smash, let's talk about this. The heat smash is a very plus range move, so it's +14 from what you guys can see, and it basically guarantees the soul zone mix-up. So +14 soul zone mix means that something like this and this is a pure mix-up. You have to guess. That's a pure guess. You can't do
-16.
anything about it. You can't power crush. You can't parry. Maybe some characters can parry. Kazuya can't parry. So it's a pure guess. You have to be guessing here. But the low is not that scary, right? And the mid is pretty scary, especially at the wall. So yeah, choose accordingly. But the thing about this heat smash is that unlike most other heat smashes that are very hard to sidestep, it's pretty easy to sidestep. Yeah.
Full labbing. Oh,
Like this is very, very easy to sidestep. And it can be stepped both sides more or less. Right? It will be a little bit harder to step when it comes to like different spacing. Like on mid-range it will be a bit harder. But the tracking on this move isn't the best. It's not that good at all. But its backwards range is very good. So horizontal range is very good. But it's steppable. The tracking is not that good. And when you do step it, usually you have to launch it because it doesn't recover that quickly. That's one of the things I like about the Raven's Heat Smash. It's a Raven, as I said. It's a character that not a lot of people play. It's uncommon. This time it's Xiaoyu. This time it is Xiaoyu. I'm pretty sure people love this character. Not cancer at all. Doesn't avoid any mids, any highs, or any lows whatsoever. So, yeah, amazing character. Very easy to deal with. And I'm pretty sure this speed lab is very unnecessary as well. Very, very unnecessary, but we gotta do it anyway. You know, very honest character. Very honest, the most honest character in the game. And the most likely bottom 2, most likely. Not even that strong. Again, this character, man. What can I say about this character? And especially this matchup. So, the Kazuya versus Xiaoyu matchup is very much in favor of Xiaoyu most of the time. Because Az kind of relies on a lot of stuff that Xiaoyu can make whiff very, very easily. Very, very easily. So with our normal game plan being like, you know,
देखो मिस्टर क्राफ्ट का
being like one of our best moves as keep out or as pressure tools,
एंटी स्टीव
both of them
हाँ
can
बोल
work.
दूंगा
Or as forward 4s, you know, and stuff like that, forward 4-3s.
मिस्टर
All
क्राफ्ट
of
का
this
डिफेंस
can be avoided by Xiaoyu just by doing an AOP duck
Very
or a
nice.
sidestep right IOP. I can't really demonstrate that well without taking too much time, but she can avoid these moves. She can. So it's very, very risky to do them. That's why usually when I go up against Xiaoyu, it's much better to change your playstyle to a little bit more defensive one than an aggressive one. So you have to see what the Xiaoyu player does and then react accordingly. One of the best things we have, which is a new addition to punish Xiaoyu, especially on whiffs, is down back 1-2. This is one of the best things we have, and it's new, right? Because it's a fast mid that can punish things like something going into AOP. As long as you're not too late, this will not whiff. As long as you're not too late, because down back 1 also whiffs on AOP. This can actually whiff. But yeah, if you're doing it correctly though, this will work. It's good to have. Duck AOP crushes explosions. I mean, it won't crush explosions, but it will crush the down back 1. But yeah, this move is what I'm talking about. This move is what crushes all of our mids, basically, all of our highs. And if she does the duck motion, which I'm doing right now, well, you can't see it because of the UI frames. But this right here, this avoids a lot of stuff. I'm pretty sure a lot of people have seen this avoid the lows sometimes as well. So this is a very strong move. This AOP in general, and with this ducking motion, even better. So be very, very careful about that. Other stuff that Xiaoyu players use usually
योशी कल नहीं
in
आएंगे
neutral is
वो
something
ये क्या throw
like 3, which is very common. So it's very good to know how to deal with something like this, right? They don't use this as much anymore because it lost its counter property. It's not as strong anymore. But the way you deal with something like this is a sidestep left. But as I said, make sure to use mids to punish her most of the time. Because if you do something like an electric and you're a little bit too late,
इसकी
what
एनिमेशंस
happened
की
there
आदत
will
डाल
most likely happen. There we go. Right? That's why it's so important that we gotta move like down back 1-2 now. It's very, very important. Of course you can down forward 1 here as well. But if you want to be like very fast, just down back 1. This is one of the best things we got against characters that avoid highs a lot. So down back 1-2 is very, very good option here. So 4-4-3 spam, usually you can deal with the sidewalk left. It can track because it's a 4-forward move, so be careful. But it's not as scary anymore because on counter it doesn't do much. So be a little bit careful about this. Other stuff you have to be careful about are some of the new moves Xiaoyu has, like this heat engager right here. I think Xiaoyu players also use this a lot. So back 4-1. It is -14, but they just throw this out. The way you beat this is you literally just block it. I think you can punch parry this as well. You can. But you usually just block it. right? And punish it. It is minus 14, and you can technically electric this. There you go, that was a punish. But it's not worth it. It's not worth to electric. Do either back 1-2 or down back 1 punish. And usually, people duck this, because there used to be a high here, I'm pretty sure, as well. Or they just don't respect it. So be a little bit careful about this move in particular, because the second move can be delayed. Looks like it is delayed, right? So just respect back forward. Block it and punish it. And if she's in heat though, she can go into a heat dash, so on block it's a little bit iffy. Okay. What else to talk about? I want to talk about this stance a little bit later, which is her strongest thing right now. It's super strong. This is what this move, this stance is what makes her one of the strongest characters in the game right now. It's very, very strong. And I'm going to talk about her heat a little bit later too, in combination with that. Other than that, there are like other good moves, like down back 1, which Link players may use to just check you with a mid, which is also a pretty strong move. But this also can be usually beaten with a sidestep, right? Sidestep to the left, or sidewalk to the left, which makes it easier. So sidestepping Link usually is a good idea, but try not to sidewalk too much, because she also has a lot of homing options. I'm gonna cover that in like a little bit, but first I want to cover the down forward 1s and 2 1s. So let's cover the down forward 1. So Link's down forward 1 is 14 frames. This is also stepable to the left and tracks way better to the right. So if you want to sidestep something like this, make sure to go to the left. But make sure to sidewalk, because if you don't sidewalk, it will usually just track you anyway. So Link's down forward 1 has very good tracking, because it tracks sidesteps usually. And it's very hard to punish, because unless you're like super fast, she can also go back turn into the down back. So something like this. So let me try to demonstrate that. Right? Even if you make it whiff, she can just duck it in certain situations. Because they usually do that. So make sure to use the mid as a whiff punisher here. Make sure. Like, using mids as whiff punishment is one of the most important things you can do against Xiaoyu. Instead of electrocuting everything, which I know looks cool, and usually that's what you do because it's good. But in this situation, it's not that good. And I talked about homing moves, right? This is one of them, but as I said, I don't want to talk about them yet. So down forward 1, that's how you usually beat it, but it has a very, very good tracking. And if you get hit by this, just remember that you're minus 9, so you can't do anything here. And the Xiaoyu player will basically mix you up with a back turn mix up. I'll talk about the back turn later. But yeah, there's gonna be a lot to talk about this character. Okay, but now let's see this move. Not this one. 2-1. I almost forgot. So 2-1 is a high mid check. The Xiaoyu players use a lot as well, which is only minus 4. So the most common thing they do is either 2-1 sidestep to make some of your moves with, which is pretty common, or 2-1 into, you know, normal block, because they don't go back turned all the time. If they don't go back turned, so something like 2-1 normal block is also minus 4. The frames do not change. But the good thing to remember is 2-1 to sidestep. This is very, very important to remember, because if you do something like a check, you know, most things will whiff. There's not a lot of stuff that will work here. I think even jabs may whiff. It depends on the jab timing. Yeah. My 1-1 just whiffs. And this is very common because a lot of stuff whiffs because of that. So 2-1 sidestep. And then they just launch you, you know. If they see something whiff, sidestep 4. So be very, very careful about that. Because 2-1 is basically a setup move to go into back turn, or sometimes they just don't go into back turn. So you have to be looking out for this. This is very, very important to look out for. But while I'm saying to sidestep Xiaoyu a lot, one of the things that Xiaoyu players do, which is a very, very good thing to do, is forward 4. This is her tracking move. Blue thing for problem. So this forward 4 is a 19 frame high that doesn't have any counter properties, does 23 damage, and it's of course it's stuckable, it's high, but it's safe And not
Safe?
only is it safe, I think it's +2, it's
Darn it.
+1. So it's +1 on block. So whenever you block this, you are in minus. So the Xiaoyu player will mash afterwards. 100%. Don't even expect
+1.
anything else. If you block this, they will mash. And they mash because they're plus on block. Of course, it's duckable, right? But plus on block. But the biggest thing this move has is that it's +13 on hit. And this +13 means guaranteed stuff. So that's guaranteed. Not only is that guaranteed, all of this is guaranteed. Right? So that's why it's so scary to usually sidestep and sidewalk Xiaoyu too much. Because if they do forward 4 a lot, and you just get clipped by this is guaranteed, right? Back 4, wait. That's all guaranteed. And I think Xiao gets like guaranteed the steel pedal. I forgot the input for Xiao steel pedal. That does a lot of damage. But yeah, that's a lot of damage. So be very, very careful about sidestepping too much. But you just have to remember that this move, it's very good on whiff, right? This is very hard to punish on whiff. On block, it's plus. And even if you duck it, it's hard to punish it still. So you have to be very careful and look out for this move. You can whiff punish it usually with like a long distance move yourself. Like back 4, forward 2, or fast electric. But it's not easy to whiff punish. So be really careful about this move and look out for it. Because if the Xiaoyu player sees you just stepping a lot in general, they will do this. Okay. The next important thing to talk about is the wall running 3. This wall running 3 is very strong because it can lead to a combo. There we go, that's a combo, right? Something like this, I don't know. So wall running 3, you have to be looking out for something like that. Usually, this wall running 3 can be avoided. What the hell, why is he doing the 4-4-2? There we go. What? What was he doing a 4-4-2?
Lord Duelist के आवाज है background में.
There we go. It can be avoided by stepping, but this move
Coach
has
Duelist.
very weird tracking to the left, as you guys just saw. You see this weird tracking, right? Very weird tracking to the left. So be very careful about stepping this to the left. There you go, like a back turn. And try to step to the right more than to the left. If you predict this particular move, you have to be stepping to the right instead of to the left. I know I usually say to sidestep Xiaoyu to the left, and I said for her down forward to 1, for example. Right, and forward 3. But in this particular example, we have
तुम्हें तो वीडियो देख के भी फायदा नहीं हो रहा. क्या है?
Hit spark right in front of the camera, basically. BFW, thank you for following. But the best thing to know about this move, after you avoid it, of course, you have to use a good mid to punish it. So something like down back 1 can work. But you have to be especially careful about the Xiaoyu player doing like an instant duck to make things like this whip. You saw that, right? So let's say you're sidestepping and try to punish it. That just whipped. So make sure to use the move that will hit. Because of the second explosion here, for example, usually this will work. Down forward 4-4, very, very good as well, or down forward 1. So these moves are the ones you usually want to use. And as I said, under no circumstances electric. They're not electric. So usually down back 1-2 is good, down forward 4 is good, and down forward 1 strings are
Side step left up करना
which you know.
वहाँ ट्रैक कर गया.
But now let's talk about this on block, and let's talk about AOP a bit and all options she has, because you know it transitions pretty well. So this on block is a very, very strong move. +7 normally. It can become more plus depending on how far away she is. Like +13 there, right? +12. There you go. That's a lot of pluses.
हाँ?
So usually you are gonna be in an AOP mix-up. So what does this mean? So she goes into this stance afterwards and tries to mix you up. And depending on the range, she can do like many other options.
तुमने कुछ implement ही नहीं
So
किया
one of the
वीडियो
best
में जो
options
भी
that
था.
Shadow players can do is a 2-1.
ऐसे
This is very,
खुद ही
very
आ
common
जाता है
because they
क्या?
do a 2-1.
खेलते खुद ही आ
They
जाएगा.
confirm if it hit or not, and they cancel if it doesn't. And sometimes they just cancel anyway. So this is very important to know. So AOP 2-1. This is how it looks.
String step
Usually it's cancelable with a back input like this. And the most common thing you will see is a Xiaoyu player doing this into down jab. This is very, very common. I'm pretty sure you guys have seen something like this as well. Down jab or just anything else there.
natural.
And then when you see it come out, you will get countered. The down jab is very common, but I think the most common thing is this into wall standing too.
Valorant तो मेरे में गेम चल ही नहीं रहा भाई, उधर नहीं क्रैश हो जा रहा है. आज ट्राई कर रहा था. नेटवर्क ड्राइवर क्रैश कर दे रहा है.
There we go. I think it's something like this. So what happens here is you react to the cancel and you try to press something slow maybe, and you get countered by the wall stand too. I think I did it incorrectly. I think the Xiaoyu player can do it way faster than this, but this is basically what's happening. So you have to be very careful about pressing after this. Very, very careful. And the thing is, even if this whiffs, usually it's very hard to punish unless you are ready for it, right? Something like down back 1-2 is very good here. As I said, use mids, don't use an electric here. Don't do this. That is not a punish, as you guys saw. But because of the back turn situation, down back 1-2 is really good. So you either whip it and punish it, which is hard. It's hard to do because it recovers very well on it. Or you predict that the Xiaoyu player is gonna cancel, which is what I do sometimes. So I'm gonna predict that she's gonna cancel the 2-1, right? And then I'm gonna instantly mash. This is basically guaranteed if they cancel this. This is guaranteed. This is basically a punish if they try to cancel. So I'm predicting their cancel. I'm pretty sure something like this can also work. Delayed hop kick. Right? The wire combo you want. But make sure to use a mid. Do not use a high here. A high will not work. So if you do 1-4-3 for example, it will not work. Because they are ducking afterwards. They're pressing down back. But make sure if you predict they're gonna cancel, do a mid and a good mid. If you're playing any other character, something like a hop kick comes to mind. A hop kick is like one of the best options here. But if you're playing Oz, down forward 1-2 is pretty good, down back 1-2 is pretty good. So those are your options. Delayed hop kick can also work, but it's a little bit riskier. You might get, jabbed or something. Okay. Other than that, you also have to consider the Link player having the option to do just this without the cancel, but I'm telling you, 95% of Link players do not do just this. They always do this into the cancel. 95%. There are some very good Link players that do just this and confirm the two. But it's very, very uncommon for you to see this. This right here. And just this is punishable with -11. Guys can back 1-2 for example, right? But this is very uncommon. You almost never see this. Almost never. So keep in mind the cancel more than this. But the other thing you also have to keep in mind is the finish. Is what Link players will usually do, the 95% I'll be talking about, is they will mix up the cancel with the finish sometimes. If they see you mashing. Let's say you may mash, I don't know, down forward 1 because you know the cancel is coming. Then they will finish it just so they can hit you. So the very good thing to remember here is that this is also punishable. -12. You can also sidestep if they delay it, but let's not go there because undelayable is not steppable. So usually, just punish this. But if you don't play this mind game, the Xiaoyu player is gonna overwhelm you. Like imagine the Xiaoyu player just canceling all the time, right? Like this is the same kind of cancel. Like AOP to 1 cancel. Into this. Into doing another cancel. Stuff like that. It's gonna overwhelm you. So sometimes you have to play the mind game and press in between.
Yeah.
You can't always respect Xiaoyu. And Xiaoyu players will hate you for this. They will despise you for this. They will say that you're mashing even though they're the ones mashing. But yeah. Do this. It's very important. Okay. So that's one of the options, right? AOP 2, which is very, very important to remember. AOP 1 is also one of the stuff that Xiaoyu players very rarely use. But it's a good thing to use. I think good Xiaoyu players will use this more. So 1-4, I think this is a new addition. I'm just gonna talk about this briefly. The AOP 1 is very hard to step. It's especially hard to step.
लेफ्ट में और नेचुरल था माइनस
step after while running 3. It is stepable to the right, theoretically, but most of the time you won't be able to step it. So this is a -9 move, and some Xiaoyu players will use this as a knowledge check. So it's a
-9.
back turn to -5, not -5, -9.
Oh,
And you can't punish this, this is actually a punish, but
punch
but-
parry.
they can parry something like this. So it's basically a mind game. So mind game is a back turn parry. then,
पैरी वेट
basically.
करा के लॉन्च कर सकते हैं.
I'll do parry. That's not the parry. So they can parry it basically. And the same kind of mind game applies to a Kali roll.
हाँ काली रो.
This move right here.
इसमें तो guaranteed है 10 frame.
So since I'm talking about that mind game, let me just transition. Actually, before I transition, I have to finish AOP. So AOP stuff, right? So AOP has like 2 other options that are very common, and the third one, which is a little bit less common, but Xiaoyu players still use it. So I'm going to talk about them as well. First, let's talk about this mid. There's a lot to talk about, boys. I'm sorry about Xiaoyu. So this is AOP down 1+2, which is a slow mid and a normal hit
Minus it.
launcher. Normally, Xiaoyu players will use this
Step हो सकता है.
as a mix-up to their lows, because their lows usually will come out slowly in AOP.
थोड़ी
If you do
tracking
like a
भी है.
delayed duck, you will get hit. Right?
ये
This
low
deals
लगता है
a lot of
animation से,
damage.
ऐसा
That's
लगता है
a
low आने
normal
वाला है.
hit mid launcher, and it's safe. The weakness it has is that it can't be stepped and sidewalk to the left usually. But be careful in certain situations, it might not be sidewalkable. But that's the big weakness that it has. It's pretty linear, but usually to the left and not to the right. But I think it can be stepped both sides most of the time. Okay,
Chang
so
Wang
this
भी
move
देख
is one of
लेते
the
हैं.
most important moves to know about AOP. AOP mid launcher that mix up with their lows. The other stuff is this, which is the scissor kicks. It's pretty common, and this is usually used not that low. That's used sometimes, but not that often. Oh my goodness, am I doing the input wrong?
हाँ ये scissor kicks का क्या frames है? 3+4
Wait, they
होगा.
changed the input. Oh, I remember. My bad. It's 3+4. So it's 3+4, not 3-4. So the scissor kicks.
अच्छा ये scissor
This is
kicks है.
usually
Wire standing में
used as a
+2 लग
mix up to
जाएगा.
that previous bit that I showed you guys. Of course, you can duck this, right? And you can punish this, but usually it's not easy to sidestep. It has a slightly bit of tracking, that's like slightly in plus frames basically, but it is steppable. But if you're sidestepping after wall running 3, for example, it's gonna be a little bit harder to step. It's easier to step to the left than to the right. But usually it's gonna be hard to step depending on the situation, right? And you don't always want to step Xiaoyu anyway. But the big important thing about this move is to know how to punish this. I see a lot of people not punishing this correctly. So when you duck this, if you're in far away range, your wall staying 4 will whiff. This will whiff. Wall staying 1 will also whiff. All these moves will whiff, right?
Yeah.
And you might think it becomes safe, but that's not really the issue. The issue here is your range, because you're in a lot of plus 32. What you can do to make this very consistent is basically scooch over like this, and then while staying forward. Just make sure to do it fast, right? And then do a, I don't know, a normal combo, like down forward to 1. Just make sure you don't drop it. So scooch over, then do it. I think something like this will work as well, depending on the range. That will work really well. See what I'm doing? I'm scooching over, literally just holding down forward a bit, just so I can cover range.
Edging करते हुए खेलो ना जिन.
Not with my wall
तो
stand
feel आएगा.
forward. I've done this since Tekken 7, and it's pretty consistent. Scooching over.
Edgelord Jin.
Of course, you can do something cooler, you know, wave while standing forward, but I just don't like to overcomplicate it. You don't need to do that. You can also do this.
Safe again.
And also one of the things you can do if you want to look very cool is an electric. This is also possible. Yeah, I was just about to mention this. Electric does work. It does. But as I said, I don't want to overcomplicate this too much. And this will work with every character, by the way. Just scooch over a little bit, down forward, and then do a pickup combo. But yeah, and electric works here. An electric back to 2 combo. It does the most damage too. 51 damage, which is pretty good. Does that work on the bear slide? I'm not sure. I haven't tested on the Tekken 8 bear slide yet. But I don't think it whips most of the time with the bear slide on block. Okay, so this is very, very important to remember. How to block and punish this move. The punishment is what's important. The scooch over will work on every character. But if you're playing guys, maybe you can electric it as well. The dash level can work. But as I said, I don't want to overcomplicate things too much. Okay, and now the third AOP move I want to talk about is how do you do the move? There you go, this one. So AOP down forward 4. It's exactly the same as full crouch down forward 4. It's a very, very strong move because this move usually is very, very hard to deal with, and good Xiaoyu players use this.
Flash of duck.
So when they do this, you have to duck the second hit.
Jin तो Edgelord
But you
है.
have to remember that it's safe,
वो ये ट्रैक भी कर रहा है थोड़ा.
right?
टाइम करना पड़ेगा.
So do not, in other circumstances, try to press here because the Xiaoyu player most likely will have a setup to do something about this. Hypno, I'm going to talk about Hypno stance like a little bit later. That's why I scooched over that. I haven't talked about that yet. Because Hypno stance is, you know, Hypno stance.
Hypno.
Okay, so this move, the double low, it is safe. So what do you do about this? Because if you duck the second one like this, you can't really interrupt this, right? You can't do Stand 4 here. You can't even down jab here. So the way to punish this is this. This is literally the only way to punish this. Because you can't even jump here. Like I'm trying to jump. Unless your jump rate is good enough, you won't be able to jump well. Hop kick might work here though. But the most optimal way to deal with this is low parry. Duck low parry. But you have to be expecting it. Right? But a delayed hop kick like a slow jump animation will not work. You have to be having a good move and low crushes. Like as you have 4-3 works, I think hop kicks will work. Orbitals might work, so you have to experiment with that.
On
But
block.
delayed hop kick does not work. It's a little bit on the slower side. So that's how you deal with the double low, which is usually safe. And if you get hit by the first one and then block the second one, then you can't really do anything. You have to respect it. But if you block the first one and then low parry the second one, that's how we usually deal with it. Either that or a jumping move.
जिन खेलते
I
हो
would
तो
suggest
ऐसा
low
लगता
parry,
है.
unless your jumping move is good, like an orbital or a hop kick. But it's still risky, especially if the Xiaoyu just does this to a block or something else, right? The other thing you can also do,
ऐसा लगता है जिन खेलते हो.
is just this. Xiaoyu players don't always finish this. So just this is also safe. It's really messed up, because in my opinion it should not be safe. The mind game should be this is unsafe, the second one is safe. That makes sense. But this is also safe, especially it goes into AOP and you can't really punish this. This is very, very hard to punish. So you
ऐसा
have to
लगता है जिन
respect
खेलते
it.
हो.
That's why this flow is so good when it comes to Xiaoyu. Usually if you want to deal with this in general, you have to be low parrying it. Jump over or low parry it, basically. Right? But when it comes to Kazu, you have
ये
to
हिट
be
स्मैश
able
लग गई ऐसा रिएक्शन.
to low parry.
Hit smash लग
Of course,
गई.
if you're like hard read, you can also do this. I wouldn't recommend it too much. But if you're playing any other character with a good orbital or a good hop kick, it might work. Usually orbitals though. But orbitals might whiff because, you know, AOP. Low, right? Be low parry. So if the don't always finish this. So just this is also safe. Which is really messed up. Because in my opinion, it should not be safe. The mind game should be this is unsafe, the second one is safe. That makes sense. But
Unexpected
this is also
कुछ आ गया.
safe. Especially it goes into AOP and you can't really punish this. This is very, very hard to punish. So you have to respect it. That's why this flow is so good. when it comes to Xiaoyu. Usually if you want to deal with this in general, you have to be low parrying it. Jump over or low parry it, basically.
अरे एक ही hit करेंगे
Right.
इसको.
But when it comes to Kazu, you have to be able to low parry. Of course, if you like hard read, you can also do this. I wouldn't recommend it too much. But if you're playing any other character with a good orbital or a good hop kick, it might work. Usually orbitals though. But orbitals might whiff.
अरे मैं भी हूँ chat में. देखा होगा मैंने. ये रहा मैं.
Because, you know, AOP. AOP. And Xiaoyu. It is what it is. Yeah, this. I'll talk about this later. Okay. Now, that's more or less AOP. More or less, I guess. They do this into hop kick. Options as well, like a hop kick here.
J neutral है.
This is worth going over. Maybe I'll just scooch over it just a little bit. So usually
Current लगा रहा था भाई. Current लगा रहा.
see this
Switch में दे रहा था.
or the mid. Did they remove the high? The high kick? I actually haven't checked that. I think it was 3-3, right? But you usually see this or the double mid. So let me just mention these. These usually come out if the Xiaoyu player tries to avoid something, they do an instant AOP hop kick. So
Minus
usually this
17?
one hop kick is minus 17, which is a lot, right?
एक और hit भी था इसकी शायद.
I think it used to be less minus, I don't remember. So it's launch punishable.
Okay.
It actually electric this pretty comfortably as well, as long as you do it quick enough. Right? So the one hop kick, if you block it, it's pretty punishable. There's also this second variation, but you almost never see this. I don't even need to go.
Minus 14.
There's also this second variation, but you almost the high after this. There was a hop kick with a high follow-up. Maybe they did. But let's talk about the other mid. This one. So the hop kick into the punch that goes into AOP, that's minus 4. So the good thing to remember about something like this is that this is actually punishable if you have a 13 frame move that reaches quite low. So something like down forward 4-4 will punish Xiaoyu players. For example, even if they cancel out the AOP, this will be a punish, usually.
कल
If they don't
tournament
cancel
है.
correctly, this will be a punish.
Revise कर रहा हूँ match.
Let me tell you, 95% of Xiaoyu players will not cancel correctly after this. They will either press something or cancel incorrectly. So if you do down forward 1-2 as a Kazuya player, or if you do like a 15 frame hop kick there, that will hit it pretty low on the ground. That will actually be launch punishable, basically. But it's Kaz, down forward 1-2, or if you want to be super safe, down forward 4-4. But it's Kaz, down forward 1-2, or if you want to be super safe, down forward 4-4. It's very, very good to remember. But I still can't believe that double hop kick, the mid into the high, did get removed. I think it might have gone removed. Okay. Let's ignore that. Okay, now let's talk about back turn. There's so much to talk about, holy shit. After back turn, I have to cover the hip no stance too. I had peak turn. Pretty good, basically.
Minus 4.
So, back turn Xiaoyu, what do you expect? Arthur Crollam. Usually Xiaoyu players will go back turn after either 2-1.
Who's your favorite Spider-Man of all time?
Toby Maguire.
Toby all the way. Easily Toby Maguire.
I'm
an old head, so Toby Maguire.
The 2-1 is very common. Down forward 1
Give me
is
no
Spider-Man
Spider-Man movies without Toby Maguire. In fact, there'd be no superhero movies without Toby Maguire.
I'm so sorry to disagree with you, but you're mistaken.
Let's talk about down back
counts.
first.
Toby Maguire was
Let's transition to the
a
back.
machine. Still,
This one
you will always be Spider-Man, and you cannot take that away
Other
from
roles
me.
are
No matter who fills those shoes,
Down back
it's always
to
going to be
one
Toby's
range.
role. So don't you
Yes,
dare.
+5 and back turn.
Crouch force है.
Not only that, this slow has a very, very
Safe.
good property.
I will never forget these words.
Carry
That it's a mix up of So whenever you block this, you can't actually punch it. So this might be safe, might be safe. Try to use force back all the time. If you do something like that, she will get hit, unless it's like super long range. But what do I mean by it has a mind game? I mean by how's the parry? I always forget.
If you're in a subway
There we
tunnel
go.
with a train speeding
that she
towards
can
you,
actually do a
most
parry
people would panic
like
and
that.
run away. But you'll never
you try to
outrun the
Double
speed of a
parry.
subway.
Minus. +6.
You can do up forward here, but the aura, this is basically the same. Just playing the mind game. If you suspect here is gonna happen, might as well make it with parry, not parry, with punish. Right? So if you suspect that they're gonna parry afterwards, you wait. This is what you do. Because if you try to punish it, it will not work. And up forward 3 isn't a good option because it doesn't work as an option select. If it was fast enough, it would. Maybe a hop kick is an option select, I'm not quite sure. Because you know, jumping stuff can't be parried anymore. But we don't have a hop kick. So what the Xiaoyu player can do is just turn around. Like the up forward 3 is now punish. Right? This is the big problem about this. And you can't even wall standing 2. You have to wall standing 1 too.
सोल और वी का कुमा आएंगे ना टूर्नामेंट में, थोड़ा रेडी हो जाएं,
Yeah, parry has a lot of active frames. You
वरना
have to
तो
be very
जीजीएस
careful
कज़ुया
about
के
this.
साथ.
Oh, I messed up. I'll talk about this later too. I feel like a lot of people don't know about this mix-up because something got added there and I was completely shocked when I saw that, so I'll talk about that too. So down back 2, usually it has that mind game, and if you want to sidestep it, it usually has decent tracking.
Right,
But you
man.
can sidewalk it to the right and sidestep it to the right, usually. But make sure to be very fast on the punish or do something fast like, you know,
Commit
this.
hit से.
Down back 1, 2. This is the OG right now.
Speed
against them.
lap. 1.5 घंटे की.
Okay.
1.5
That's not
घंटे की
bad.
speed lap है.
But the strength of this
Character
move
इतना
is the
deep है,
on-hit
yeah.
property. I mean, on-block is
इतने
really good as well, but the strength of
stances,
this
the
is the on-hit
interaction.
property. So +5 back turn, you're instantly mixed up.
Speed lap नहीं हो
One
सकता,
of the
lap
best
ही
options she
करेगा.
has is back turn to 1.
पर speed lap ही है
This
एक
move
तरह
right
से.
here. And it's very strong.
और सब कुछ
because it's a
सबसे तेज
comfort
slap
launcher.
करना है तो इतना
It's
टाइम लगेगा.
very, very good. So if he
मेन मैन
if
तो
he
8
does
मिनट में
something
खत्म कर
like
देता है.
this into this, and you do, I don't know, a generic 13 frame check or while standing 4.
बस. हाँ,
You will get countered. This trades because this forces crouch.
ये स्टेप कर सकते हैं शायद लेफ्ट में.
I forgot it forced crouch. Can't be honest. But yeah, this forces crouch, and this will counter your while standing 4 attempt, which is a very,
crouch
very
was
strong
something.
thing to do. So this is very good to remember. This is basically their check.
ये स्टैंडिंग
The
ही
way
है.
to avoid it is pure sidewalk left. If you try to sidestep, this happens. You see that? This is very weird. I think this was the case in Tekken 7 as well. And sometimes even the sidewalk didn't
ट्रैक
work.
कर रहे हैं -5 पे.
So it has very good tracking. But if you just do a sidewalk and commit to it, you'll usually avoid this. Right?
साइड वॉक रोकने के लिए क्या
Try
कर
to punish
सकते हैं?
this as fast as possible because, you know, Xiaoyu problems. There we go.
महाराजा भी आएगा कल.
But whenever this move comes out, you also have to be looking out for the second one, which is a follow-up. This right here. First, I almost forgot to mention this move on block. So down back to 1 hit, you block this, -5. This is very, very important to know. Because what happens here... Atom, hello. Because what happens here is...
Credit card.
Damn! Doria, big thank you, man. 5 gifted, big thank you. And Maha, thank you for follow as well.
My credit card.
Good shit, boys, good shit. So the -5 situation. What I wanted to talk about.
Credit card.
Damn, why is it looping? Not the loop. But
I activate my credit card.
that's crazy. One more?
I activate
Yeah.
my credit card.
Unlock. Doesn't it usually do it once? That's crazy. But yeah, thank you again, man.
I activate my credit
What the
card.
fuck? It's stuck. It's stuck, man. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're safe.
I got lotion on my dick right now. I'm just stroking my shit. I'm horny as fuck, man. I'm over here stroking my dick. I got lotion on my dick right now. I'm just stroking my shit. I'm horny as fuck, man. I'm a freak, man.
So if they do something like this into down back, they might avoid a lot of stuff that you will throw out. A lot of buttons. So it's scary to press something because of that reason. But that's not the only reason. The second best reason not to press here is because of the follow-up. So Link has a while staying 1-2, which is new. There was a high here, now it's a mid. And if you do press here, you will get hit, obviously. And I think she gets guaranteed stuff after this, if I remember correctly. But the good thing is, it's punishable. Minus 13. Unlike the high follow-up that she had in Tekken 7, you can actually do a down back 1-2 punish here, back 1-2, anything minus 13 basically. And also another plus is that it doesn't counter launch you, which is also different from the
auditor, the parents, as you was born into the house of auditor, a noble family from the Italian city of Florence. It's not just as you.
Also another plus
as you is the man
is
of
that it doesn't
people, the
counter
people of
launch you,
brother, as
which
you
is
are
also
very
different
smart.
from the
I
previous
love
game.
brother, as you from
But she does not have the high anymore. It's gone. This is the new move she has basically. There's no high, it's just this. So this is very, very important now. Very, very important. And what she will do if she wants to mix you up? Let's talk about some other options, right? That's the mid option. Usually that also checks you, which is really good because this is also a natural combo. So if she hits you with this, the second one is also natural. So this factor down 3. Let's talk about the low goes to the factor down 3 is one of the most common back turn flows that the Link players use for mid-low mix-up, especially a little bit of especially high-level Link players, right? That don't want to risk a lot. So this factor down 4, or down 3, is minus 12 on block, you can while staying 4-4. And it's plus 7 on hit, which is crazy plus. So you have to respect it a lot if you get hit. And it's gonna be very hard to sidestep it, especially after down back 2. So imagine like this, You can interrupt this, but I would not suggest doing this. I would not suggest doing this at all, because you'll also get countered by the 1. And you cannot sidestep this. Even if you're P2, I'm pretty sure you can't sidestep to the right. So you have to usually respect the mix-up and duck it to one staying 4-4.
Extension
but the important thing to realize about this move is that it also has a high follow-up. So this is also one of those moves that have a mix-up on block. So if you do block this and try to punish it, this will hit you on counter.
Speed lap
guarantees steel pedal. So you have to be very careful. Can you not down jab all?
देखो मेरा expert take chat में.
बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलते खेलते फोन फट गया फ्री फायर खेलते खेलते फोन रुक गया फ्री फायर खेलते खेलते 2GB का रैम छूट गया
Expert tech.
बड़े भाई फ्री फायर
Both options, yeah, but I don't like doing that option select usually because it gives so little reward. If you want the very good option usually and you need to do it, it's good to go for it. But I think in some situations, this might whiff. There you go. Especially if you backdash duck. I think you can down 2 option select. That's like the correct option select if you want to actually option select.
Feeling your mind start to rest.
Down 2.
That's right.
But yeah, as I said, sometimes option selecting isn't the best idea all the time. Because you're literally punishing this with a down jab, which is usually launch punishable, right? If you just guess once. And if the Link player is spamming it, I think it's better to just duck it instead of doing the option select. It's not always worth it to do like 10 damage.
Wag your tail.
I call it Mishima down.
Salesman fit में जाऊँगा tournament
So
में.
yeah, just remember that there is that.
Suit और suitcase के साथ.
100% there is that. The other backtick stuff that's worth remembering is the backtick snake edge, which Link players might use if they want a better reward, especially if you can't react to this, right? Which can be hard to react to sometimes. But the good thing about this is that now it is a clean hit property and it's not always a launch, right? So if you backdash a lot,
यार इसके खिलाफ क्या करूं मैं?
But
चूतिए लोग हैं यार, ये टेकन वाले बहुत चूती है, पता नहीं किस हिसाब से प्लेयर्स ले आते हैं मादर चोद के बच्चे.
This is a little bit iffy, especially if you're a little bit too close. You backdash at a bad timing, you might get hit by this with the launch anyway, right? So make sure to backdash here at the correct timing. just to make it not launch. Or backdash duck can work.
थोड़ा
but if you can
confidence
react
आया
to it,
P2
then
पे.
we'll have a problem.
Just do that.
Just react to this shit and you'll while staying to it. It's basically your backdash stuff there. But be careful about this. They might use this a lot. But now let me talk about the most annoying things you can do from back turn. Let me see if I can remember the input. Oh, this, I almost forgot. I'm not talking about this, by the way, but let's mention this as well. Max at 1+2. So this is one of the mid moves that Chaoyu players will use to check you from back turn. Like imagine down back 2 into this, basically. Basically something like this, right? Because they can confirm if the 1+2 hit or not. Good Chaoyu players will be able to confirm this and can just finish this. And they get something guaranteed after that. Yeah, it's a mid. It does look like a high a little bit, but it's a mid. So this has 2 follow-ups now, which is a big difference because in Tekken 7 it only had 1 follow-up, which was this. So first let's talk about this follow-up. We already saw that the move itself is -6, it's not punishable. But the big thing is that this move used to be -10 in Tekken 7 and now it's -13. You can actually punish this with a bigger punish now, like, you know, 13 frame punish, 12 frame punish, something like that. So this is very, very good to know. It's very important to know. And now you might ask, expects because it's new. This is new. This wasn't here in the previous game. And it's also plus on block. It's +3. So Xiaoyu players abuse this a lot because people think they can press afterwards. Right? You might think, you know, it's my turn now. I blocked something. But no, it's not your turn. It's still Xiaoyu's turn. +3. So you have to be very, very careful about this. And if you do expect it, of course you can duck into launch. It's not jailing. Thankfully. Surprising, but thankfully, it's not jailing. It just mixes up with the mid, basically. It mixes up with this. So be careful about that. And remember, there's a high follow-up that's plus. So if you forget to duck it or you just decide not to duck it and you block it, make sure to, you know, respect Chaoyu in that situation. Because usually they will just do a 2-1 check to, you know, check you. Or they might do this string fully. I think this move is something I really have to talk about as well. I almost forgot. So, before I go into the last thing about back turn, no, actually let me go into it and then I'll talk about 441.
I activate my
Credit card.
Damn, Carlo, big thank you, man. Big thank you for the sub. Okay, so this move. I think this is the most annoying thing for me personally that a Xiaoyu player can do. This jump. So back turn jump into a throw mix-up.
अब तो ट्रैकिंग वापस ट्रैकिंग कर दी
थ्रो like after 2-1, after down 4-1, anytime, right? Down back 2. This can happen. So let's see let's see what this does. So in the previous game, it was a very, very simple back turn mix-up, right? There was either a 1 here or a 2, so you had to guess. If you do block this, not block this, but get thrown, you have to guess either a 1 throw, so you mash 1 to break it, or mash 2 to break it. These are like 2 different ones. There we go. I think that's a 1. I think that's a 2. I don't remember. That's a side throw though. Wait 1 second. I think this is a 2. So something like this. But what they added here is something that I was like really, really surprised about. Is that they added a 1+2 input. A 1+2 throw to this mix-up. So it's not a 2-way mix-up. It's not 50 anymore if you get thrown. It's a 3-way mix-up. So that's way worse for you now. But that's not the most shocking thing. The most shocking thing is the throw that they added. It's this throw right here. Not this one. That's a side throw. God damn it, man.
-17.
This right here. So this is the 1+2 version. If you get grabbed and you press 1+2, you'll break this. But you will not break the other one. But why am I so shocked they added this? It's because this is a launcher. This will launch you. I don't know how you can launch this, but this is a launcher. Xiaoyu players can launch through this. Yes, that's a launch. 4-3-1-4 pickup. Let me try it. Wait. I don't know how to launch it. I just know it's a launcher. Ah, there you go. So it's a launcher. And I was like, so not only did they add another option to the mix-up, right? Which is a 1+2, which is the strongest one. It's a launcher. It deals a lot of damage. Hands are... No, they're not seeable. They're not. You have to guess. This is a pure guess. It's a 3-way guess now instead of a 50-50 guess. So it's super strong. The one thing you have to do this... What have to do against this is you have to react to this because it comes down to 31 frames and duck it. Right? But she has a cancel. Fun, right guys? Very fun character. So if you do something like, let's imagine you're getting mixed up, you try to react to this, and you try to press something, right? I reacted while standing forward. I react while standing forward, and I'm a little bit too late because, you know, I reacted. Fun, you get counter hit. This happens very, very common. Very, very commonly. So you have to be very careful about the situation. The best thing you can do about this... Oh yeah, Jay, hello. Can you react? Can you try to react and float her? If you try to react with a jab, maybe sometimes, but it's not a float. You won't be able to float her. It's not a jumping status, so I don't think this is worth it. Because it's risking way too much.
Jab risky.
And it's gotta be very hard. Usually reacting with the duck is the best thing to do. The best thing of what I find to do against this is you react with the duck in the wall standing forward instantly, as fast as possible. Just so you avoid that wall standing to counter it. But if you are a little bit too late, you are still gonna get countered. But yeah, if you do react to it, always check with the wall standing forward. Or something fast. At least 13, right? So something like Azia wall standing 1+2 might be a good option. But make sure
ये counter launch कर सकता है.
Because you will get countered. And it's gonna be very hard to do if you're not fast. So be very, very careful about that setup because it's very common. Everyone uses it. Everyone uses it. So be very, very careful. And if you do block, let's say you don't do anything, right? You're just backdashing and you just block this. Nothing really happens. It's -3, and Xiao usually just gets out of the situation pretty easily. Or maybe even tries to pressure even more with like 2-1s, or I don't know, back-turn mix-ups even more. So be very careful about that. Okay, so this is very important to know because for me, this is the most annoying thing Xiaoyu players can do. This into the cancel. Very annoying. Obviously, the mix-ups are annoying as well. Like this mix-up with the down 3 mix-up, these are annoying too. But that jumping move, it's pretty annoying. Let me tell you that. Okay. I want to talk about forward 1 now. So forward 1, I think this move is super strong. I think this is the move that gets something guaranteed in AOP, right? Yes. So forward 1. This is a mid that guarantees all this. I don't know if that's on hit or counter hit. That's on hit. Okay, I was wrong. It's even stronger than I thought. So the normal hit, this is all guaranteed. So forward 1. This is a 15 frame mid punch. It's a forward move. It will come out a little bit slower. The main weakness this has is that it's pretty linear. But if the Xiaoyu player uses this correctly, because it's a forward move, she can actually use this really well without you sidestepping too much. And while it says -11 there, it says -11, right? You might think it's punch, but this transitions into AOP. So forward 1 AOP is usually what they will do. If they use forward 1 the correct way, they will transition to AOP. And you will be +5, but you won't actually get any kind of punishment here. I think
down AOP
Xiao will be able to block this if she cancels AOP correctly. I don't know how to cancel it correctly, but I think it's blockable.
+2.
So you have to be very careful in that situation. Am I sure they can block? I mean, even if they can't block, just forward 1 without AOP becomes much more of a mix-up. But I think usually they will go into this. But I don't know how they can get up correctly. I knew, but I forgot. Up block maybe? Let me try that. Wait, let me try. Late. But yeah, this into this is all guaranteed. Okay, so that's
yeah,
for the one
hypnotist.
that's needed to be talked about. But I think now we can go into hypno stance, right? Right, guys? Is it time for hypno stance? This shit and the transitions. I mean, usually it's this or this or this. Okay, so these three transitions, yeah, hypnotizes. Yeah, try to go into the hypno stance. Okay, this stance, man. So first, let's go over the transitions. So while staying one that I talked about that had this follow-up, 1-4, it also has a hypno transition, which is this stance. I call it the hypno stance. I think it's called a hypnotist or what, however you pronounce that. So this stance, I call it the hypno stance. This is one of the transitions, and you usually respect it because this has a follow-up, right? It has two follow-ups actually, this high and the mid. The mid is a new follow-up. It's basically a mix-up to the high. I don't know why they would add that, but it's basically a mix-up to the high. I already talked about it, so let's not talk about this too much. But this is the scary part. The hypno into the mix-up. I'll talk about the hypno mix-up in a bit.
The
hypno into the mix-up.
Plus
I'll talk about the
9?
hypno mix-up in a bit. How minus is the mid? You mean this one? I talked about this already. It's -9, but back-turned. So it's a back-turned mix-up. So that's one of the transitions, which is mix-up. You mean this one? I talked about this
Down back
already.
one to
While
finish.
standing 1, hypno. You know, while rank 3, while standing 1, hypno, mix-up. Common. The other one is 4-4. Not 4-4. 4-4. This one. So this is a high with a lot of range. Very, very long range. Especially when it's extended to the second forward, right?
Linear
If you extend
hai
this a lot, you just go into hypno instantly. And the best thing to remember about this high is that you're -9. That's why this is so strong. -9 hypno stance, right? Of course you can block this, not block this, duck this.
Nerf तो हुई थी कुछ.
I think it's steppable as well. It's pretty linear. But if you do block it, you're basically in a mix-up, which is the hypno mix-up. One of the strongest mix-ups she has, especially in heat. I'm going to talk about the heat version a little bit later. So this is one of the transitions. And the third one, which I know about, I don't know if there's anything else. I'm just going to cover these ones for now. Is 4-2-1 to hypno. This works well because 4-2-1 is jailing now. So this didn't jail in the previous game. Normally the second high is duckable, was duckable. Now it's jailing. -6, jailing, not punishable. So what they do is do this, the hypno stance, and if you do try to press something, they have either a 4 here, or in heat they also have a 1+2. But usually you will see the 4. But the big thing to remember about this string, especially if you're coming from Tekken 7, same thing for problem, is that this string used to be safe.
-10?
Now it's unsafe. -13. So this is very, very important to remember. Whenever you see the kick come out, you always punish this. -13 now. I don't remember how much minus this was, but it used to be safe. If you see the kick come out, punish it. So the link player will not be able to spam this into this too much. As a
-9, yeah.
right? But then there's another huge problem in heat. In heat there's another problem. As I said, I'll talk about the heat version a little bit later. That hit looks high, it does. I thought for the longest time in Tekken 7 that it was a high when I was, learning Xiaoyu at first, but it's not. It is indeed a mid. So yeah, now let's talk about the mix-ups and the stance. So this stance usually has a low mix-up, has a mid mix-up, and a plus frame high. I think this is the plus frame high, right? I forgot what the plus frame high is, but let's talk about the low and the mid. Basically, they're the most common ones. So that's Hypno 3, which is usually the low mix-up. Not usually, that's the low mix-up. Is the tracking low, 20 frames, right? And if the Hypno is charged, it will knock you down. Like that. Guarantees, I think, something like... Ward 1+2? No, 1+2. 3+4. That's guaranteed, right? This is guaranteed. And if she has enough charges, which she accumulates by just stepping a lot, this is the normal hit launcher now, right? So this is a very, very strong tool if she charges it enough. So if she steps enough, like this, and there's that aura, that wind aura around her, that's when you know she charged it, right? And she can do this, it becomes a normal hit launcher. But the scariest thing about this move is not only is it tracking, right? You can't really step it, so you have to duck it. You're forced to duck it. Either duck it or orbital or something like that, right? But I think orbitals can whiff because of the animation, but let's ignore that for now. It's minus 12. So that's one of the biggest problems about this move. So no matter how much she charges it, let's say this becomes a launcher, right? That's a launch.
DF2 ही मारना पड़ेगा reactor.
It's still minus 12. No matter what happens.
Up to 13 हो गया.
How much it's charged. No matter property very well, especially in heat. But as I said, I'll talk about it later. Now let's talk about the mid. So this mid is the Hypno mid mix-up, which is only minus 4, right? Very little minus. It's fast, mixed up with the 3 quite well. And it's a heat engager. Right? So it's very, very strong mid mix-up for Xiaoyu's Hypno stance. It's very good. And if you step a lot, that's in heat, I don't want to talk about heat. I think it will deal more damage. Yeah, basically. Yes, it's a heat engager, it won't really do anything. But in heat, it's gonna be different. So in heat, this mix-up is very, very strong. Okay, is there anything I forgot before I go into heat, though? I think there's just one thing that I forgot. I just remembered that I didn't mention. When I was talking about the back turn, I did not mention Cali roll. This right here. I might as well mention this. So, this is one of the options that Xiaoyu players have in back turn, and they might use it in the neutral as well, just like that. Just crushes a lot. Let me try to demonstrate crushing. Like a down forward 2 maybe? There we go. Right? It crushes a lot. See that crushing? That's why they use it so much. The way you punish this is you see that minus 11, right?
दोनों set practice कर रहा हूँ.
Absolutely have to use either 10 framers or 11 frame moves to punish this.
Tournament में तो यही होना सही रहता है.
One of the best things you can do is either a back 1-2 or a 1-2 into 1+2. Something like this. But the problem with the 1-2 into any kind of string or 1-2 into 1+2 is that she can actually parry immediately after. The RPG 1-2-4-3, this also works, but that last kick is parryable from what I know. I don't know if it got changed. It was always parryable in Tekken 7. But if this last kick counts as an aerial move, it won't be parryable anymore. But it is parryable now. You have to be very careful about punishing this. Make sure to use either 10 framer, maybe try a 1-4-3 sometimes, maybe they won't parry it.
3-1-4 या पर ये.
Or you can also do.
ये तो कभी-कभी downward 1 निकल जाता है इसके वजह.
Those are your options basically. But make sure not to use something slow like an electric for downward 1.
Rejart निकल जाएगी या downward 1.
Brian fully launches, yeah I know. Brian has a
3 downward 1 मारो.
Good punish for this. Okay. So now let's talk about the heat. I forgot to mention this, it's important to know. Now let's talk about the heat. So, where can I start? So about heat. Xiaoyu becomes like way, way stronger. This is her like boss mode right now. It's a boss mode. So let's do this just so we can make things easier. Opponent heat, activate heat, just so I don't manually go into heat all the time. So one of the biggest things you have to know is, if you guys remember, I talked about 4-2-1, right? And the heat transition to Hypno. This is very, very important to know when Xiaoyu is in heat, because she has a follow-up afterwards, which is heat inclusive. So 4-2-1-1+2. This is a follow-up that Xiaoyu has only in heat, and it's a mid that's it's plus for Xiaoyu, right? So if you do block this, it's not going to be good for you. You're in the back to mix-up immediately afterwards. So what you can do about this is you sidestep her to the right. And then electric. Unless you're me, because I suck. I can't electric. So yeah, sidestep right, electric. This is how you deal with this. If you sidestep to the left, you will get hit. Or if the wall is to your right, then GG well played. You can't do anything about this. Can you parry this? I haven't checked that. Wait. It's a jumping move. Yeah, I forgot. Of course you can't parry. It's a jumping move. I think you can power crush through it though. You can indeed power crush through it. But yeah, sidestep right is usually the way you want to go. Usually. But why is it so important that she has this move? Well, it's so important because she now can go into this stance without you interrupting her way more consistently. Because you're afraid, right? You're afraid of this move. Which is very strong. You're afraid of this. Now she can go into Hypno stance way more consistently. And the thing about Hypno and Heat is that it charges up faster. Way faster. Like if she does this instantly, this is just a knockdown now. Instant knockdown. And same with 2. It knocks down. It's very strong in Heat. It's very strong with a lot of damage. So that's like the biggest difference in the Hypno stance. Is that she can charge it up very fast. So imagine something like this into the 3. Right? That's an instant knockdown. You can't even interrupt this. You can't do anything about this. Right? Power crush won't work because obviously it's a low. Down jab won't work. Nothing works. You can't jump over it, obviously.
Oh.
Right?
Option select.
But still minus 12. When I said that no matter what the situation, this always becomes minus 12, this is always minus 12. Guys, removes 1 step needed for the recharge. So it basically speeds up the recharge by plus 1 step automatically. So you have to be very careful. And that low will mix up with the 2. Basically, if it does this 2, you try to jump, you will get hit. Maybe jumping is the best option for like less reward, less risk damage. But you can't really sidestep this. You can't really sidestep duck either side unless you time it perfectly. I just timed it well. It's very hard to time. Right? I still get hit most of the time. In real matches, this would not be that easy to do. I don't think I really want to punish. And, oh yeah, I almost forgot. This mid is plus 5. This is plus 5, basically. So you have to be very careful here. And I'm very careful. The heat burst here. Yeah, I can't heat burst the mid. I cannot do it. Oh, there we go. Sometimes it didn't work. I have to keep mashing. Okay. But I'm not sure if the goal would work. I'm trying. But it's not working. Nah, you ain't seeing it. You ain't seeing this. Not to mention using heat burst as a way to get out of the situation isn't the best option. Yeah, I can't do it. I get countered. Maybe in other situations that's not plus 9, but in this situation I can't. Okay. Yeah, after 4-2-1 that makes sense, but after 4-2-1 to just keep burst immediately, you can just do this, which will just beat you. So you can't really react to that well. So yeah, Hypno stance becomes way stronger. How long did it take me to learn all characters? I mean, I'm still learning them. So you have to be very careful. And the 2, which I said is plus, right? So Hypno 2. Let me try to record this. It's plus 5. She's plus after this. I think we're following. So you have to be very careful. Not to mention, this move right here is a heat dash move. So if you do block this, let's say you block this, not block it, get hit by it. It's a launcher. That's a launch. drops the string. That string's not the problem. The problem is 4-2-1 into nothing, which is safe. 4-2-1 to nothing. That's the problem. But yeah, Link is very, very strong. Very strong in many, many situations. Something like this is also a mix-up, basically. Like AOP1, Hypno 3. So be aware of these situations, these Hypno situations, these Hypno transitions. And you basically have to guess unless you disrespect her. Unless you disrespect her in those block situations. But if you disrespect, she also has options to keep you in check. But sometimes it's worth it to disrespect, especially with sometimes power crushes or heat burst can work as well. Sometimes it may not. May not know, may not have the frames for it. So yeah, very, very careful. What else to talk about? I talked about 4-2-1 plus 2. I mean, she has absurd damage, but I don't need to talk about that. I think that's more or less it. Oh, let's talk about the heat smash as well. While we're at it. So, this Link heat smash is a +9 usually, and leaves her at a back turn mix-up. If I remember correctly, I think she can also transition to Hypno stance after this. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, this is the normal version, that is +9, back turn mix-up. I already covered the back turn mix-up, so that's the options that you have to expect in this situation. Something like down 4 maybe, down 3, 1, 1+2, those kind of options. Maybe Cali roll, but I doubt Cali roll is going to come out. Maybe, right? So that's kind of mix-up that you're getting, normally. And the thing is, this is pretty steppable on both sides if you predict it. So you have to be very careful about stepping this, obviously, in both matches. And if you want to punish this, you have to punish the last hit. Because it's a little bit more weird to punish the first hit. I think you have to delay this a lot. I haven't tested this for a while. You get a launch. Otherwise you get that. But yeah, try not to electric here. I think maybe a download one would be a good option. Or something like this. Basically a back turn punish. That's usually the way you want to punish your heat smash. But other than that... Oh! Back turn heat smash. Yes! Yes, this one. It's the Lost Thing 2. I kind of talked about the Lost Thing 2. Like, the Lost Thing 2 usually comes out in like this situation which I already talked about, right? Or some cancel situations like this, which I already talked about as well. Oh, to punish the heat smash side thing. Ah, gotcha. Now let's talk about the back turn. So this is the heat smash that goes to Hypno. There's +18 into Hypno, which means you're gonna get mixed. There's no getting out of getting mixed here. +18 though. You have to guess here either a mid or a low. So it's either the Hypno 2 here or the Hypno 3. And usually I think the lane player has enough time to charge up once. If you don't smash, obviously. Not now. I mean, even if you smash, she can charge up once, but if she wants to charge up twice, and don't smash, that's not also matter. So it's either a knockdown low, which is -12, or a mid, which is kind of hard hitting as well. And it's -6. From what I remember, it's -6. So be careful about this. If you do step this, this has the same kind of punishment as the other hit smash. And you have to wait for the second hit, go close, and then punish it. Then I don't know, punish it with either maybe electrical or downward 1-2. I haven't tested this for too much, but you know, do the punish that works best for you. I think downward 1-2 or downback 1-2 might be the most consistent one. But yeah, I think that's it, more or less. There might still be a lot of stuff to cover. Most likely there is. Haven't covered a lot of her lows. I covered like the most important stuff and most of the flow charts that might be useful. But yeah, I think that's about it. For now, that's okay. For now, that's okay. So yeah, everyone, YouTube, big thank you for watching. This was a long one. I think this was the longest one. 1 hour. 1 hour, like 30 minutes. Crazy. So yeah, thank you for watching once again, YouTube. Till the next one.
चलो भाई कल टूर्नामेंट खेलेंगे अब